Good morning, everyone, and thank you for listening with us this morning. In Sami, we have a saying that you listen with the
I realise since I've been in Oslo, I've not looked up. And that canopy is spectacular. I think that brings us to a good moment to sort of reiterate some of the sort of, I want to say housekeeping, but it doesn't feel like the right word, protocols in place, especially for those of us who are joining on day 2. So just to note that we're really conscious about cultural safety and creating a open, safe space for all to share. Realise we're coming together from so many different positions, places, peoples. I felt yesterday that there were synergies from across the world, and that was a really beautiful feeling to that, even though you're so far from home, that you can feel so connected to people and places and thoughts, and we definitely want to carry that into today. I do want to remind everybody that if anyone needs to take a minute, well, we know where the canopy is now. So there, of course, we can go outside, but if you need, there is also a room downstairs. Brian has the key. There's also a key at the bar. After Juanita took us all on a journey, there are now tissues at the bar too. So we'll see how the day goes. Does everyone knows where the loos are? Just downstairs, coffee upstairs. We've got 3 minutes. Is Alaya with us? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so I might introduce. Alaya Jade Bradbury will be our first speaker today. She's a proud Indigenous woman from the Larrakia Nation of Garamilla, which is in Darwin, and the Erumbum Le peoples of Murrumbidgee. She's the first Indigenous woman to win an Emmy Award for her work as a producer on the film Harley and Katia, and I'm very excited to hear from Alaya.
Mayhem, everyone. Can everyone hear me? I hope
Yes.
so. I can't see who I'm talking to.
Can you? I'm waving. Can you see? No, not yet. Hey.
Oh, I can kind of see a little shadow.
Okay,
Hello.
let me get up nice and close. Hello, thank you so much for being here. It's so wonderful to see you.
Thank you so much for having me. What an honour.
I'm so sorry. Juanita's just told me I mispronounced your name. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Life is for living.
Okay. So
Okay.
you've got a slideshow. We're just gonna make you a host and then hand over to you. Perfect.
Yes, sir. Sorry. You already see a little bit of the spoilers in terms of my presentation.
That's okay. It's just getting us excited.
Yay. Okay. All right, wonderful. Debe idem, everyone. So debe idem means like good night, but a greeting as well. And I just wanted to say thank you for, allowing me to be here in this space with you all. In the moment, I'm on Gadigal country in Sydney. It's nightfall already, but it's so lovely and sunny where you are, and it's great because we do need a little bit of sunshine sometimes. So let me start off by saying my name is Aaliyah Jade Bradbury. I am a Larrakia and a Arubamle woman. Arubamle is one of the islands off the eastern coast of the Torres Strait, so Miriam people, and I'm very proud to be from them. I'm going to tell you a little bit of a yarn about my culture and my practice as both a filmmaker, more so a storyteller, and as a cultural practitioner. So hopefully I can potentially inspire you a little bit, or maybe connect with something within yourselves and your own cultural experiences, because I realize we've all come from lots of different places and we're all gathered here. In my culture, it's ceremony. So with that in mind, I would like to start off with a little bit of ceremony as well by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land of which we gathered here today. On my land, it's Gadigal people from the Eora Nation, and I'd like to extend that respect to anybody else who is First Nations, Indigenous, displaced, as we gather here and tell story to inspire and to uplift communities. So thank you. I want to start off by looking at this quote. Essentially, it is, "Cinema is a mirror by which we often see ourselves," by Alejandro Gonzalez Inarritu. I don't know how to say his last name, bless, but never. And what I think is really powerful about this quote is that cinema is often the tool that I use to tell stories, to reflect our experiences to the world. We are all connected by story. In my culture, the idea and the concept of story is sacred. You're all born into a story. You were given a story that has existed long before you and will exist long after you. No one arrives without having some kind of web that exists you throughout time and space. For me, my story begins in the Milky Way. So, the body of stars. In my culture, the Milky Way is a river system. And that river system is filled with spirits and stars. So when you're born, or before you're born, in that river system, there is so many souls waiting to be born. And when you're down on earth, your parents are down on earth, they wait for you and you sing them. And they sing you into the existence of the earth. And when you get to earth, you are met by spirits, ancestors of the land which you were born on. And you're born with an instant connection to that land, a duty, a birthright to that culture and that people. So if you're a white fella who was born in Australia, but you're born on that particular country, you are tied to that land. You have a birthright to respect and honour the laws of that land. It's intangible. You are born into a story, and it's your right and it's your duty to continue on that story. So for me, I was born in Sydney. I was actually born in Redfern. So if people don't know what Redfern is, this is a little bit of a snapshot of what Redfern was like when I was a kid. Redfern was one of the most poverty-stricken places within Sydney when I was born. High Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander demographic. It was portrayed within the media as being some place that is really difficult, really in terms of opportunities, filled with gang violence. It's the very worst of what Indigenous peoples look like. And that was a narrative that was given to us by people who weren't really in our community. And so that idea of shifting narratives is kind of where I want to start to play in and talk to you guys about. So this is the Redfern I actually grew up in. So it was vivacious. It was fun. It was brilliant. It was one of the most amazing places you could be, where you had so many leaders within our community, people who were at the forefront of Indigenous activism, Indigenous arts. This was, I guess, Indigenous Australia's Mecca. It was a wonderful place to be in. And if I didn't grow up in this place, I wouldn't be the person I am today. And with that, I kind of wanted to talk to you a little bit about the idea of place and story. So I'm not sure who spoke earlier in the day when they were doing the introduction, that wonderful Sami woman, about, place. Place is very important in terms of story, and it's very important in terms of decolonisation and reconnection to one's identity. I think when we get into places like Redfern as an example, you know, Western media likes to choose places like this that are easy to portray negative stereotypes or easy to create assumptions that are already pre-existing within the larger Australian zeitgeist or the societal zeitgeist. It's easy targets. But within that is also the building and the maintaining of disconnection, because people are so willing to see the narrative of what somebody else has created for time, place, and people, rather than experiencing the truth of time, place, and people. And in Redfern, if you've seen Redfern now, very different place. But the people that have grown up in Redfern, Juanita is kind of one of those people as well. You see a wonderful kind of energy to us. We're really hardworking, we're really excited, and we're also very cultural. We understand the importance of community in terms of doing our work. So this has really stuck with me. And I've really taken on those kinds of lessons in terms of community within my peoples and in my work. So now when I go and do stories like films and stuff like that, I take on the cultural protocols that I've learnt within this place and I've applied it to my everyday work. So in terms of filmmaking, for Harley and Cartier, we actually shot a little bit in Redfern, which was great. And what we did was to go through certain protocols like meeting with elders, doing welcome to countries, doing some like smoking ceremonies because there were things that happened behind the scenes that needed to be fixed. And we also actually sat down and engaged in space, so sit down with the community and really be present. And let me tell you, it made a huge difference in terms of the film that we ended up with. And so with that is responsibility of story. So this is where So this comes from a quote that I actually wrote in a book that I've recently been a part of called Growing Up Torres Strait Islander in Australia. And it's talking about my culture sort of, being its thing. So I'll read it out. My culture is continuously changing, but it remains the same culture my ancestors had for thousands of years. And just like the sea, my culture is my life force. It's sacred. And so with that, when I start to go through generating story ideas or doing my work, which is ultimately storytelling, I think about my culture in everything that I do. So as I start to weave a story together, I think, what has my responsibility that was given to me, how do I weave that in? What do I need to do to make sure that my culture and my people are seen? And how do I make sure that is represented on and off the screen? So within Harley and Cartier, the whole idea of me being on Harley and Cartier was to represent Aboriginal men. For me and my culture, in my particular line, we're known as the kingmakers. So I come from the last king of the Torres Strait, King Kebesu, and I'm the eldest of the eldest. And because I'm a woman, we have particular rules in terms of how we operate. And what we do is we build kings, we build the next generation. And so with that, I took that sense of responsibility and put it into Harley and Cartier, which was about a men's story. I understand the importance of men's stories within my community. We have very little representation, and that very little representation often means that we are being portrayed in a very certain way, which is usually within a drug sort of sense. So within some kind of violent scenario, or just not being portrayed in a very good light within media, within literature, within film. And with Harley, who was the first ever Indigenous Winter Olympian, I could see him for more than just what the media was starting to paint him out to be. Harley was sort of seen by the media as somebody who was really young, irresponsible, who had a bit of a chip on his shoulder, who was quite callous. That wasn't the case. You know, when we look at ideas of intersectionality, they wanted to portray him as a very hard, disconnected man. But me being, you know, the kingmaker, I had to put my foot down when we were in the process of making the film, because it wasn't just me, I was the producer of it. We also had a director and other producers. They wanted to paint him out as almost being the villain. I didn't want that. He was young, but he was kind. He was generous. He was deeply hurt, but he couldn't articulate it in a way that they wanted him to be. And so finding that balance of not letting your work be defined by somebody else's perceptions of who people in your culture should be is always a huge thing. And I'm really glad I did that, obviously. Won the Emmy. Very excited about that. Little hello, pat on the shoulder. But yeah, I'm glad it happened. It really was hard. It really was a hard film to make, but I'm glad that it was able to touch people in the way it did. And it did, because I had so many young Indigenous men come up to me when the film was made and was released, saying that they saw themselves reflected in a way that they hadn't been able to see before, as men who were vulnerable, who cried, who struggled to emote their feelings, but knew that they had duties and responsibilities. These were not just Aboriginal men, but human beings who were worthy of care, who were worthy of understanding. And that's really important when you're doing decolonisation work, is because you have to humanise people. And because of colonisation, we are often dehumanised. And that's important. So, yeah, it's one of those things. Sort of moving on, I've got a bit of a clip, if I can show it. Hopefully it'll work, maybe. Sorry. So you're probably wondering kind of what that clip was about. Again, it's that idea of kingmaker and lineage and responsibility. So in the comment section of this video, there is a lot of negative sort of stereotypes about my people. So this is people from Mir. So this is the Eastern Torres Strait Islands, Meriam Mir people, where my family is from. This is a very sacred fire dance, and this is dance that you do for ceremonies in terms of, after initiation, new beginnings, for chiefs and kings. Like, this is a very sacred and important dance, but this overall a dance for joy and celebration. Now, when I was trying to, I guess, get examples of ideas about perceptions of Indigenous peoples and how people can sort of be colonised even though they're doing cultural practices, this is kind of what I was leaning towards. This particular video was the story where people were looking at this and seeing savages. So this was a very demonic dance. This was demonized throughout all of the Torres Strait. It was made illegal. They couldn't practice a lot of their culture. And for Torres Strait Islander people, our stories, our culture, our history are told in the form of dance. So within every kind of cultural tool, cultural practice, every movement, every sound, it holds a particular story, and it's something so important in terms of history predating colonization. But we weren't able to do that legally until the 70s. So this particular moment in time is around that period as well. And so this is kind of a huge point in terms of, I guess, reclaiming history within Torres Strait Islander peoples, within Indigenous Australian peoples, because this was, I guess, the biggest point of reclaiming an identity lost to us through the point of colonisation and acknowledging a history that is way older than what somebody else prescribed us to be. And you see our men are joyous, are loud and strong. Our women are, beautiful with that big hair and, hibiscus, and they're eating and they're enjoying so many different customs that they're not allowed to. But in this short clip, you see that for what it is, and it's sacred, even though it may not actually be sacred right now, but the concept of being able to memorialise your stories as Indigenous peoples in this way, or actively tell your stories in whatever traditional form you do, or in a new technology, these things carry weight because it carries your whole existence. And that's kind of insane to think about, how a story can carry your whole existence, but it does, and that's your responsibility as First Nations people, is to carry on a legacy that was given to you by your ancestors and to continue on that to the next generation. And so with that, I want to kind of leave you with something that I wrote a while ago about the idea of space. So space is sacred. We often think that space is related to the physical and the tangible, but also the metaphysical. To hold space for someone is a great gift. In today's world, we all have these pockets of existence, but we rarely and genuinely hold space for others that is more than just superficial. To hold space for another is to exist with them at that moment, to share breath and existence. If we want to build bridges between ignorance and discrimination, we must share breath. Australian Indigenous culture is defined by how we are connected. Even before we are born, we already are given a song, a story. We are born with a place in this world, and with that, a legacy. Through this legacy, we as a people know that we are a part of this land and everything and everyone inhabiting it. We are born to hold space and share breath. So right now, I want to say thank you so much for allowing me to share that breath, to share a little bit of my story. I felt like I was rambling a little bit. I was really nervous. But sometimes that's how we exist. We have to just exist and share breath and share story and hold space for one another. So I just want to say asawa. Thank you. Many blessings to everyone, and you're all doing an amazing job just being able to be together and be present in this moment. You're all doing amazing work for yourselves and your community. So thank you for this privilege. That's all.
Thank you so much. You were not rambling. It was absolutely fantastic, and and I think really important to note that so much of what you said and shared and what you reminded us of has very much, I think, themes are emerging and really important conversations. And as a white fella in this space, I really appreciate you flagging responsibility and our responsibility to the land, and that this is something that we do together, that we're all responsible, we're all accountable. So thank you. I do note we're running slightly behind, but Nina, if you're happy to just wait a few more minutes, does anybody have, if we have time for one question? No? Could I ask one question? Okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. So, understanding a little bit about the film industry and that you are female, you're young, you're First Nations,
Yeah.
and you clearly took your heart and experience into this. But I also get a sense that you were also a leader and a truth teller in that space. How did that feel for you? How was it going into that space?
I think again, it's that idea of identity. You know, like it's your birthright, and as Indigenous people, we have to always go into spaces, whatever we do, whatever work we do, or however we operate, we are always holding ourselves with responsibility. You know, I come from a very strong line of women. I come from a very strong line of men. And even though I want to do something that is my dream, which is filmmaking, and I love it, and I'm really young, I know that I have cultural responsibilities and duty to not just myself, not just to my family, but my wider community at large, and what that means for not just Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, but, you know, to Māori people, to Sami people. We are all connected as First Nations peoples, and if we all win, you know, if one wins, we all win. If I'm representing myself properly, it can give somebody else the strength to also represent themselves properly and do that in whatever cultural way that is, you know, most impactful and truth to them. So yes, truth telling, yes, but it's so much more than that. This is our life. This is our protocols. This is how we exist. Yeah.
Thank you. You're a very beautiful human. Thank you so much. I look forward to meeting you one day. Cheers. Thank you. One more round of applause. Okay, so we're going to, I have the best pleasure to introduce my absolutely beautiful friend, Nina Tonga. Nina is a curator of contemporary art, an assistant professor of Pacific art history and art at the art history department at the University of Hawaii, Manoa. Yeah. Nina is from the villages Avaini and Kolofulu in the Kingdom of Tonga and was born and raised in Aotearoa in New Zealand. Nina has a long history as a curator and a writer of Pacific art and visual culture, and has curated acclaimed exhibitions, which we'll be talking about today at the National Museum of New Zealand, Te Papa, and worked with everybody and is just light and joy. So I'm going to hand straight over to you. Thank you.
That coming through for everyone, and can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got you.
Hey, o ko ke hufanga he ngai whakatapu, ko osia nā whaki kai tākia te au, ke au whakahoko atu ai whenemotu ani, ko hoko ingoa ko e lusane Nina ki no haitonga, o ku lele mai me he kolofa o pe mo vai ni me he tonga tapu. Malolele, malota o maui whiawhini, it's a good evening. Kia ora koutou and aloha mai kākou. First and foremost, I'd like to acknowledge Kanaka o Iwi, whose lands I'm so honoured to now live here as a guest. I acknowledge too the Sami peoples whose lands I'm zooming into this morning, and also acknowledge the lands of all Indigenous peoples in the audience there in Norway and everybody else who's watching online. I'd like to thank Dr. Brian Casriota and my dear friend and colleague Asti Shearing and the organising committee for the opportunity to share space with you this morning. So I offer this talk with much gratitude and respect for you all. As is customary across the Pacific, it's important to state who I am and where I am from and who I bring with me into this space. As Essie has so kindly introduced, I am a contemporary curator of Tongan descent. I was born in Aotearoa. I now reside here in Hawaii. And let's see if this is working. I was born and raised in Aotearoa, New Zealand, so that very much is home for me, as is the Kingdom of Tonga, and now here, the Kingdom of Hawaii. My grandparents, my late grandfather, and my beautiful grandmother, who here is in this slide here, migrated to Aotearoa, New Zealand, looking for better opportunities for their family and their descendants. I think, and I also believe that my own journey from Aotearoa to Hawaii here is the generational leg or continuance of their journey to Aotearoa. I also want to position this talk and this offering as a perspective, someone who is based in the Pacific, a perspective from that region that is home for me, a region that is not one singular place, but many, many places. That encompasses many nation states and territories, diverse geographic, demographic, cultural, and economic scales that span a vast Pacific Ocean. I often remind people that while I am focused and dedicated to the Pacific, it is also a third of the world's surface. I think more importantly, what's important to remember about this region, its beauty and its richness, is that it is also interconnected. The late Tongan academic Epeli Hau'ofa conceptualized the Pacific Ocean as a sea of islands that operate as a highway connecting the islands through social and genealogical lineages that crisscross all over Oceania. My curatorial practice has been dedicated to such crisscrossings and looking at ways in which these genealogies, both past and present, surface and inform work. I also think as a way of introduction, it's important to share my curatorial positionality and what is, now that I've had time to think about it, reflecting upon what has really driven my curatorial practice in the region. And I believe it's best summed up by this poem. It is my favourite poem. It is by Tongan academic Professor Konaihalu Tharman, who has done much work in theoretical writings around Tongan women, around education in particular, and is also a beautiful poet. And I found this poem in this very small book. It's called Kakala, a collection of poems. And I found it quite early in my studies, actually in my training. And it was one of those moments where you kind of found your place or your position or someone that also heard you. It's a very short poem. It's on the screen. At the museum, I move with the crowds and pretend to admire the war clubs. And when I found this poem, I was probably one of the few Pacific people in an art history program. There was only a few, and I was very lucky to be in a university where they were teaching Māori and Pacific art histories. But I really was a minority of Māori and Pacific people that studied this. And I felt this poem so perfectly described the experience I had going to museums and galleries as a student, and perhaps also as someone, as a child growing up. And what it speaks to me is that I didn't see myself in the museums and in the galleries that I was visiting. And so much of my practice as a curator has been about creating this. I've been driven to create shows or collections or publications where Pacific peoples can see themselves, see their language, see their stories, see their memories reflected in what a museum or gallery treasures, but also what they are presenting to a public. For someone who's also worked in an institution for a long time and now in a different kind of institution, I think what this poem has also driven me to think about as a curator who is Indigenous to the Pacific is how do we bring our whole selves to our curatorial work? So not just be a curatorial expert or a subject expert as we're often described, but how can we also be that plus a Tongan woman, a Tongan daughter, a sister, and a member of a Pacific community, and saying that many Pacific communities. And so I've been driven a lot of my thinking around how can we, in a way, indigenize curatorial practice to make sure that people see themselves and don't have to pretend to admire particular kinds of art or particular kinds of culture that's represented. Upon being invited to think about this symposium, which I just want to acknowledge how important it is that this is coming up with so many things happening in our world, I was looking for the idea of the intangible, and I had to go back to something that was kind of in my mind about the intangible and what that means as a curator. And I know this definition will be familiar to many, although it being over 20 years old. And what's important about, I think, the definition of intangible cultural heritage is this implicit interconnection between the tangible and the intangible. But what I've been reflecting upon and thinking about what to share in this space is this second part, the intangible cultural heritage transmitted from generation to generation is constantly recreated by communities and groups in response to their environment, to their interaction with nature, their history, and this provides them with a sense of identity and continuity, thus promoting respect for cultural diversity and human creativity. This latter part of the definition, and I note that it's not the full definition that I'm providing here, has helped me to frame thinking about curatorial practice in the Pacific as being relational, being collectively authored, and in a constant state of becoming in the present. What I want to share in this talk, and I'm hoping that I can speed through it, are some reflections on curating, perhaps curating both the tangible, but more so the intangible aspects of curating different projects that have privileged things like the life force of our art, things like memory, things like relationship, that are not the more tangible outputs that we commonly see as the kind of definition of curatorial work. And I want to acknowledge that these artists, if I could have given this talk another subtitle, it probably would be Lessons from Artists, because I truly believe the work of curating, of looking up after intangible cultural heritage within contemporary art is the work of all of us, both our artists as well as our museum professionals. And I want to just note that I'm not going to be showing a lot of the what of exhibitions. I'm going to talk about things that we often don't see, the behind the scenes, the things that take equally as much work and much focus and heart as the kind of physical making exhibitions. So I want to start with the Pacific Sisters Fashion Activists, which was a survey exhibition in 2018 of the Pacific Sisters Collective. They were a loose collective of Māori and Pacific Island artists, a multidisciplinary collective, and they were really important in the 1990s in Auckland and in Aotearoa. And in this, in their practice, which kind of ranges performance and gallery-based works, the kind of underlying theme was always this kind of fashion or the role of dress as being this vehicle for cultural values, for identity, for genealogies. And so their practice, which was really underpinned by what they call frocks or garments, embodied the kind of cultural values that we know to carry as being these really important aspects of identity, things like mana, things like identity and sexuality. And so for Pacific Sisters, they really celebrated that clothes had mana, they had a spiritual dimension. And as the curator of the exhibition, one of the things that became really apparent to me was I wasn't just dealing with artworks that required conservationist handling. I was dealing with artworks that had genealogies that were both, living and present, that were past and present in a kind of in a material sense. And it required a care that wasn't just museum professionals, but also required, most importantly, the artists. And so the Pacific Sisters really both collaborators in a sense of the survey exhibition. And one of the key parts of opening their exhibition was their activation or activation, as they describe it. Now, this part of their process is not a performance art. They're very keen about this. It is ceremony. It is about ritual. It is about acknowledging the past, those that have passed away, those that are living, bringing stories into the present. And so when the Pacific Sisters wanted to formally open their exhibition, this was at Te Papa Museum, I should say, this formed the very opening of their exhibition, that they were in control of being able to conduct the ceremony as the official opening of the exhibition. And Rosanna Raymond, who is in the picture on the right there with her hands on her hips, talks about activation as a really key part of her practice. She says, I use va, which is a Pacific term, has different terms that mean relational space. She uses it as an embodied methodology, using spoken words through performative-based works, through the practice of making and adorning people and things, with special attention in regards to reactivating cultural belongings in museum. The space created when we connect allows the time and space to collapse. They live through us and we through them at the point of contact. And she says, my fabrications await the body to activate the moli, or the spark of life. Something tangible happens, felt rather than seen, a visceral experience. They are not performances. They are performative, yes. Theatrical, yes. But the stage and audience come in many guises. And so the Pacific Sisters experience really taught me about the need for artists to be part of our work curatorially in looking after the life force of their garments. And this continued beyond the exhibition and into the acquisition process of acquiring some of the works for the National Museum. And Rosanna Raymond, I think, was really integral to understanding how this is part of conserving her work. And this is a photograph I'm sharing of her handover ceremony, where she is deactivating the moli, or the life force of her garment, aolele, to be going into collections. And so I think this really taught us about, or taught me curatorially, about the kind of significance of the works that we hold, that they need to be nurtured alongside the relationships that they represent. I want to switch now to another work as another example of the way in which we are curating relationships into space. And this is a performance work called Mother Man by Tongan artist Kalisolaite Uhila. Now, Kalisolaite, or Ite Uhila, is a performance-based artist who is renowned for his endurance performances that draws on both the cultural role of endurance as well as a kind of physical endurance in many of his works. And I'm reflecting here on my role in this performance. I wasn't the curator of this exhibition. I was actually my sister, who was also a curator. But what it made me reflect upon as a Tongan woman, as a curator working within the space of contemporary Pacific art. Now, in this performance, he undertakes a particular cultural role known as whaihuki, that speaks to the way that Tongans express whakaapa-apa. It's a whakaapa-apa in Tongan means respect. It's a cultural value. It's one of the core Tongan cultural values. And our respect is often shown spatially, but also in terms of our positionings of our bodies. And as one of the examples of this, we often look to our beloved late Queen Salote and her example, which a lot of people quote around showing whakaapa through your own kind of endurance. And this photograph of her was taken at the coronation of the late Queen Elizabeth. And as the story is well documented, during the procession of the coronation, it began to rain, and many of the carriages pulled up the hoods so that the guests wouldn't get wet. All of the carriages pulled up their hoods except one carriage, and that was the carriage of our beloved Queen Queen Salote. For her, she kind of just humbly sat in the rain, waved at the smiling and adoring crowds. And for her, her decision to remain undaunted by the weather gained her world acclaim and placed the island kingdom of Tonga on the world map, but also modeled the kind of whakaapa or respect that is embodied for many Tongan people. And she says so accurately that our histories, like our values, are written not in books, but in our mats. They are things that are embodied into materials and materials then onto our bodies. This kind of idea of respect is really at the crux of Ite's performance, Mother Man. In this performance, he relates to a specific role within a Tongan family known as a whaihuki, which means to hold and sit and carry. And this role can only be performed by a sister's brother or his children at important events such as a birthday or a wedding. And the concept is that the person celebrating a wedding or the birthday can use the whaihuki as a seat. For Tongans, this is a common expression of whakaapa of respect, but also of relationship. In this performance, Ite, who is known for his works, performs this role of whaihuki within the gallery space. And the person who comes to use him as a chair is actually his sister's son, his nephew, who decides to use him as a footstool and then as a stool while he's reading his book. For Tongans in the gallery, this signified this relationship between brothers and sisters, the relationship of respect that is shown not just by being present together, but also by this kind of physical endurance. My role then within this wasn't as a curator, rather was as a support crew. And I've been reflecting upon this a lot. And this is a photograph of me helping Ite getting dressed, and then this one getting undressed. And I realized looking at this moment, when he texted me, this was at an opening night, I think, of the exhibition, he texted me if I could come and get him dressed for this, is that what he was engaging with, it wasn't just my role as a curator, but engaging with my knowledge as a Tongan curator, but also my knowledge as a Tongan woman, as a sister who understands how to wrap one's body, how to dress this person so that they can sit and perform a cultural duty. The last work that I want to share is a way of kind of weaving this, these different kinds of wefts of talking about the kind of life force of relationship is also the role of curating memory. And while we can probably all argue as curators that we hope our exhibitions are about creating lasting memories, I also think that memories are also something that need care, but also a collaborative effort. And I want to finish on talking about this work by Bernice Akamine. It's Kalo 2015 to present. Now, this work I was involved with when I was curating the second Honolulu Biennial. It's now called the Hawaii Triennial in 2019. Now, this work by Bernice Akamine, she is a Kanaka o Iwi artist, is a sculpture installation of 87 kalo or taro sculptures with leaves that feature copies of the signature pages of the Hui Aloha Aina anti-annexation petitions, which she has created or crafted into the leaves of these taro plants. They're also maps of traditional customary land divisions representing the 5 islands that signed the petitions. Now, these petitions are taonga, they are treasures. They were the product of organised mass meetings and mass petition drives in 1897 by Kanaka o Iwi peoples. They collected thousands of signatures to oppose the annexation of Hawaii. A total of 38,000 signatures were collected, which really represented the strong voice that the peoples of Hawaii did not consent to the annexation of their lands. In December 1897, these petitions were taken by national delegates of Hawaii to Washington, D.C. and presented to the US Senate. The delegates spent 3 months persuading and winning empathy of senators against annexation. When it came time for voting, US Senate only had 46 votes for annexation. A total of 60 votes were needed. As historian Noe de Silva notes, the delegates returned home victorious, ensured that the treaty would fail as it did. Although this was a success, there were, as history tells us, another annexation to follow. The importance of this work, of Bernice's work, carries this really significant history, this history that acknowledges that Kanaka Māori continue to protest today, that they never relinquish their sovereignty. And so this work for us as the biennial curators was such an important one to acknowledge this kind of persistence, this Indigenous persistence in Hawaii. I've just got a photo here too, so you can see these beautiful colour sculptures. When we pitched Bernice that we would love to show the work, she also had a request, and the request was that it would not be a singular presentation of her work. She proposed that the work undertake the journey that followed the path of the original petitions that were taken to San Francisco and then to Washington, D.C. And so as curators, as a curatorial team, we thought this was important, that this idea that the work would accumulate new memory by following this path. A smaller section of work made this journey. After this journey, the work would return to its final leg and final presentation as part of the biennial. But what she would love to have, what she proposed to us, that what she would love to happen was a procession as part of the installation of the work that included ceremony that acknowledged the real significance of what this work symbolises, the history that it carries. And so we worked with Bernice, and this was led by my friend and dear assistant curator, Josh Tengan. We did a call for volunteers out online, and we had people respond who were descendants of people who had originally signed these petitions. And so on the morning of Tuesday, March the 5th, 2019, we had over 150 people from across the Hawaii Islands gathered to conduct this procession from Iolani Palace to the Iolani Hale Judiciary Building, where the overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom occurred. This arrangement took place, so it took a lot of planning, but also it took a lot of preparation for us as a team to support the many people who are coming to walk their histories, to remember their ancestors, but to also align their positionality with the stance of never ceasing or relinquishing their sovereignty. We worked with people at Iolani Hale to draw up a map. We also had to stop the streets to allow all our individuals to carry these plants from Iolani Palace across the road. We had to cross the road into Iolani Hale. The procession began with all of the volunteers. I believe we had 87 holding their kalo, and they were facing the balcony of the room where the late Queen Ilokalani was imprisoned. Students of the Hawaii Immersion School, as well as the artist Bernice, performed oli or chants before the procession began. And the procession was beautiful and slow. It was a kind of quiet kind of remembrance for many who were walking this one line. And this is a photograph of Queen Ilokalani leaving Iolani Hale. These kinds of memories, these histories were very prevalent for many of the peoples who were carrying. And we could tell, I'll let this play while I talk, we could tell descendants because they wore yellow ribbons that they tied around their arms or their hands to signify that they were one of the descendants of people who signed. When the procession moved across the road and went through security of Iolani Hale, each person personally gave their kalo plant to Bernice, and then Bernice would place that kalo plant into the center of the installation, and people offered oli themselves or chants, people sang, people hugged. This was an opportunity for many Kanaka o Iwi people to remember, to create new memories as part of the artwork. And just so you can see, I've got the final installation image here of the final work. This is kalo that was presented in its final presentation, all 87, in the centre of Ali'olani Hale. For me, in terms of thinking about this work, what's been important is not only just showing the work, but the importance of the procession, the importance of the process of creating memory, allowing people opportunity to create new memory in which to remember their ancestors, but also to remember their histories, also bringing that past and acknowledging its presence in the present. What I hope that I've offered in this kind of weaving of curatorial reflections is an extension and maybe a kind of re-emphasis of curating as caring and nurturing not just the tangible, but increasingly the intangible aspects of our work, the ritual, the ceremony, the relationships that are inherent and part of our art. I think for me as a curator, it's about shifting from privileging and focusing not only on the what of curating, the common outputs of exhibitions, of shows and collections, but to the how of curating, our approaches, our positionalities, and in many cases, very simply our budget lines to accommodate and nurture the intangible aspects, the aspects that will continue to sustain our art practices. Mahalo and malo apito.
Thank you so much, Nina. Are you okay to hang out for a few minutes for a few questions? Great.
Absolutely.
Does anyone have any questions? And also acknowledging our wonderful attendees online. If you have any questions, we can put them in the chat. If not, I'm dying to know something. No? I'll go. So, you're now working as assistant professor in Hawaii teaching Pacific arts. And we had an amazing keynote lecture yesterday from Joanne Archibald about students and teaching. And so I was actually hoping that you could share based on, your work as a curator and your experiences, and then being a guest in Hawaii and bringing cultures and all of that to students. If you can reflect on what it has meant to you moving in to a teaching space from a practice-based space, and just anything that's kind of happened in this first semester that sort of resonated with you?
Yeah. I think that even though I'm in an academic role, I don't think you ever stop curating, really. I think you just channel those energies into somewhere else. And I think my drive to come into academia was really because I need to see more people that look like me in these places. I think being in education is a way to grow that, nurture that, to help guide people to be in those positions. But also I am a big believer of creating space for others. So moving into academia is also hoping that there are new curators coming up that take those roles and push things further than I did too. I guess my thing about being in Hawaii too is being able to serve the Pacific from a different position and from a different point, and being of service to Indigenous Pacific peoples here, to Kanaka Oiwi. And also I think the challenge always for us is how do we nurture those connections that are bigger than this one place, the kind of places that we kind of connect to from Aotearoa, from here, from other Pacific Island nations, and Hawaii seems really well positioned to do those things. I don't know if that answers your question, Esti, as much.
No, I just like hearing you talk always. Does anyone have anything else? No? All right, well, sorry, are you sure? Yeah, please. Okay, Rebecca.
Sorry, that ended up being a big pause. Hi, just as you were seeing there, I guess bringing a space of learning and sharing about your culture practices into a different space geographically. Last couple of days we've chatted to a few folk about diaspora as well, and how that intergenerational recreating, I guess, maybe making new tradition through connection with the old tradition, the ancestor. Does that make sense? Yeah.
No, it makes a lot of sense. I guess one of the words that always haunt many Indigenous cultures is the word tradition, and people have different perspectives on it. But I guess I'm very inspired by people like Albert Wendt and his writings about tradition as being something that often connotes a static culture, a kind of a culture in the past. And I think that sets some limitations on what we think culture can be. And I'm very much of the position, and I think maybe this is something diaspora really encourages because it is often existing away from a kind of center. Is that our culture is constantly changing. You know, it's no more, no less. It is something that's always becoming. It's something that will have new manifestations and new iterations as stories are told and retold, but often stories are reimagined in important ways. So I think that idea of artists, and I'm speaking here about contemporary artists, always being the kind of leaders, the kind of people that we look to who are helping to push us forward culturally. They're taking our technologies and our innovations and finding new applications. That, I think, is creating, you know, our traditions. And I always think my friend and colleague, you know, the idea of being good ancestors, she always reminds me of this. And we do that right now. I don't know if that helps answer your question around diaspora and I guess that idea of taking inspiration from the customary or that has existed for a long time.
Thank you, that was gorgeous. Okay. We might move on for now. Can we give Nina one last round of applause? Thank you so much. So we are running behind, and this morning are the virtual sessions and we have in person, so we may just be a little bit flexible about the break. So next I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Kanako Ozawa. Can you just make sure, Kanako, that you correct me? Who is an Innu scholar, artist and rights advocate. She's the founder of Innu Today, a global online platform that delivers living Innu culture and people. She's an assistant professor for the Global Station for Indigenous Studies and Cultural Diversity at Hokkaido, again, correct me if I need, University in Japan. Her most recent work engages with Innu art exhibitions as a guest curator with the University of Michigan Museum in the United States. And she's also an associate researcher at the Museum of Cultural History of the University of Norway. We've got an extended bio because clearly you're one of the busiest people around, so I'll ask everyone to kind of read all of the other amazing things that Kanako does. And I really appreciate you coming to us today because you're on holidays with your daughter in Japan, and so thank you so much for taking the time to speak and share the space with us. Thank you.
May I start?
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much for your kind introduction and generous invitation for this amazing symposium. I just got to learn about this symposium maybe 2-3 weeks ago. So I'm looking for, I'm on the holiday, so I haven't been able to follow the symposium, but later on I look forward to follow this each presentation later on. My name is Kanako Uzawa. Originally I'm from Ainu community, Indigenous people of Japan. We from North, Hokkaido. For those who have been to Japan, you may know Sapporo. We had the Sapporo Olympics, I think in 1976, I may be wrong, but known to be a wonderful place for skiing. So lots of Norwegian travel to Hokkaido. And it's kind of ironic because I live in Tromsø in Norway. That's my base camp, and I have a family there. And because I did my both master in Indigenous studies and PhD at the UiT Arctic University of Norway. So that's why I'm still there. But my work is international. So I work as it was introduced. I work as a guest creator. Please go to next slide, please. Yes. So my work is everywhere. So it's a global platform. I work as a guest creator for the Museum of University of Michigan Museum of Art as a guest creator. And then I work in Japan here in Hokkaido as assistant professor. I'm going to be teaching object theater this summer for the summer school, and some of the field work in the local community to introduce Ainu culture, some of the practices for the graduate students. Other than that, I work and perform as an artist. So I do a contemporary and dance and song, and I write poem and poetry. So I have been attending some of art school in Banff, in Canada, working with other Indigenous dancers. I would like to show you a trailer that we created from 2023 together with Italian photographer Laura Liberani. So as you can see, something happened with this screen, I don't know. But, oh, sorry. Wait, I didn't mean to play right now, sorry. It was, maybe we could play at the end. Would that be okay? If we could go back to slide, please.
Yep, they're just setting up.
Yes, so this is where I am actually now. It's called Nibutani. 80% of the residents are believed to have Ainu heritage. That's quite unique in the Japanese context, as many of them think that indigenous people in Japan are extinct. But in fact, we still have a community. This is actually one of the few remain Ainu community where we still practice language and cultural practices, such as going to a mountain, foraging edible plants, and etc. So some of the picture you can see around. And next slide, please. So this picture, family picture, is taken around 1904. This is my great-great-grandparents. Uesanashi is known to be very talented sculptor. So this is his work, Ita in Japanese, tray by Uesanashi, and some of his work, I believe, was sold. And I know that one of his work is stored in one of museum in Rome. I don't remember the name, but I actually have been looking for his work when I go to a museum abroad. Monumpano, as you can see, she has a tattoo around the mouth. This was a traditional woman tattoo practice, which has been also banned under assimilation policy. And this has a significant meaning in Ainu culture. This means that you are mature, ready to marry. Next slide, please. So for those who may not know much about Japan, I'd just like to briefly go through some historical points. Hokkaido was annexed by Japanese government in 1869. Assimilation was forced upon the Ainu, just like any other indigenous people in the world. Legally, that was the law was enacted 1899. And Japan has been closed as a country over 250 years, as you know, like samurai period, one can say, but opened the country to the West by, we call Meiji Restoration in 1868. After that, many people became very fascinated and interested in, all the indigenous people in the world, but the Ainu included. Ainu were considered as the other by both Japanese and foreigners. And physical characteristic of Ainu are very close to Caucasian, they thought. So that's another reason why many of the researchers became very interested in the Ainu future, and also dig the graves and stole some of the Ainu human remains, and some of which has been repatriated to Japan and community. So Japan imported theories of race and social Darwinism, which made the Ainu fascinating, as I say, research object in the world, which explains a large collection of Ainu in the US and in Europe as well. In 2007, Japanese government voted in favor of UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and we had a G8 summit here in Hokkaido. I think it was just before or after, between 2007 and 2008. And because of that, also, I think there was a pressure towards the government to recognize Ainu as indigenous people. So following year in 2008, Japanese government recognized the Ainu as indigenous to the land of Hokkaido, but it was not legally binding resolution and did not recognize the indigenous rights of Ainu people. In 2019, Ainu were, for the first time in history, recognized in the Japanese legislation as indigenous people of Japan. So here, for the first time, it was written in the legislation that Ainu people are indigenous people of Japan, but nevertheless did not recognize indigenous rights, which are self-determination and collective rights and ownership to the land, and etc. Next slide, please. So as you can see, this whole indigenous discourse is quite new, I would say, in the last little over 20 years. So when it comes to museum exhibition, for example, it's a little bit, I wouldn't say backwards, but it's still lots to do. I was a part of Ainu exhibition in 2001 in Germany, Cologne, to take a part as an artist. And that was the first time for me to join the Ainu exhibition overseas. And through that experience, I realized that actually how contemporary voices of Ainu are important. It is important to express and create a space for such an exhibition, how critical it is. So through that connection, Dr. Natsu Oyobe and Dr. Susan Dine contacted me and asked if I had a chance to create exhibition, what would I like to do? And I told them that I would like to, first of all, to create an exhibition where I can tell the story of Ainu women, because often in those exhibitions in the past, the main focus was a man or the work done by men, and all the small stories and narratives of the women were not told. And I thought that was something that is missing in the exhibition in the past. So I wanted to challenge that. So I proposed that I would like to create some art exhibition, a contemporary art exhibition where we could tell actually the stories and narratives of Ainu women, which is, for example, where you make a kimono, Ainu kimono weavings or robes, where you make those. It takes about 3 to 6 months, so it's all handmade. It takes a long time to make one kimono, and in that process, you know, you get together. It's like a knitting as well in Scandinavian context. You get together and you have a teacher and you discuss the size, and it's individually and uniquely designed for each person. And you have a person that you are making for, or you could make it for yourself. So it's a lot of thought embedded in the kimono. And including the choices of color and design, and Ainu design, I will show you later, is also some forms that we follow, but it's up to us. We could design as we like, and all those designs and patterns are inspired by nature and animals. So when I proposed this idea, so Natsu and Susan agreed and liked the idea, and we decided to proceed the exhibition plan. Next slide, please. So why do we focus on Ainu women? As I said, Ainu women have not been focused on the museum exhibition in the past. And the last Ainu art exhibition was the National Museum of Natural History's 2004 exhibition of male Ainu sculptor Tsunazawa Biki. And this is also to enrich and challenge our understanding of Ainu indigenous art. As you know, indigenous art has been receiving quite lots of attention lately. Last year, Sami exhibition was held at the Venice Biennale, and then this year Maori and Aborigine artists. So I feel it is a kind of a movement, and I would take this opportunity. I would like to take this opportunity to also bring in the perspective from Asia, especially from Ainu, and also in the process to challenge and talk about the different social structure. For example, Ainu don't have a patriarchal society. This is to challenge our understanding on gender role in modern society. Next slide, please. In this March, as a part of this creator work, I together with Natsu and Susan, we were visiting 7 museums which store Ainu collections. Surprising, there are so many of them. And within 2 weeks, we visited 7 museums. These are some of the list. Like the largest collection in the US is the Brooklyn Museum in New York. They hold about 950 objects. And we also visited American Museum of Natural History in New York, 450, and Penn Museum, and also National Museum of Natural History. And also Michigan Museum of Art stores 6 objects, and so forth. Next slide, please. And we just began the research on those collectors, and this research on the collectors has been done in the past, but we are reopening the box again to try to dig in the story and the motivation of those collectors, why those collectors, why and how they collected those Ainu collections, and what was the story behind. And on the left side, you can see John Batchelor. He's a British missionary who lived in Japan over 60 years. And he was a very important figure for those collectors because he was one of very few who spoke, of course, English and Japanese. And so people contacted him so that they could introduce to the Ainu community and purchase the object artwork from them. But how it was how it was purchased, that's of course a big question. It was willingly sold, unwillingly sold, some of the which we found that was actually more or less taken away. I can show you the next slide, please. This is one of them, I would think, because this is the child robe from Hokkaido region. It didn't have a regional name, but it was just stated as Hokkaido. And this was elaborately thought through work in my eyes. You can see the color selections and how it was made. Is very for me, kind of tells me a story. Probably it was a mother or grandmother spent a lot of time thinking about the child and who would want to sell that. So, and this is actually not finished. The final touch has not been complete. So which also tells me that this is maybe something that the collector came to the community and purchased against the owner's will, maybe. And it's also when I meet, I use meet because I see object as a living object. I know that in some of the country we consider indigenous object as a living object, and I myself also consider those as a living object. So I feel like when I meet those living objects, I feel like I meet the relatives. So all the emotions kind of comes out, and I became a little bit emotional, and thinking how much love and affection have been put into this work. Next slide, please. This was actually I do so as a side. If you click one more time, there is a picture which appear. Thank you. So when I visited Cebu Museum as a side art project, I and Susan used to be a photographer, so I took a portrait of myself with museum architects or some of the object as a background. This is to, and also dance with the object, living object, or outside of the museum. This is to raise awareness of indigenous presence in the museum. This is kind of shows a contrast between objects stored in the storage room and me as a living past person dancing in such an institutional building. And next slide, please. And lastly, I would just quickly like to introduce the new and latest video art project on the Ainu collection in the Museum of Culture and History. The University of Oslo, they have about 27 Ainu objects, living objects, and I visited. I found that information in the book, and I called the museum, tried to reach the curator, and they kindly invited us, or we invited ourselves, and I got a funding to produce this video art. So Laura Riverani, Italian photographer, and myself traveled down to Oslo and produced this video art. The point of this video art is to bring in the essence of life back to the object. Next slide, please. So here's the permanent exhibition on the right side, which is quite static and old-fashioned, I would say. And then some of the picture of object. This shoes is made out of salmon skin. Salmon is very important for for us as a staple food, but also we used to make skin shoes. Next slide, please. This is the picture roll we call Ainu-e. So it's a description of Ainu people and culture. We believe that this was produced in the late 19th century, also bought in London. Next slide, please. So this is some of the, the tobacco case to some specimens, to the sledge, to the spoons, and to the left, that's the doll. I forgot the name in Japanese. This was, I believe this was produced in the 1970s, 80s, when the tourism was, Ainu tourism became very popular in Hokkaido area. And many of the collection, we did not know exactly who collected them. There was a very little information. Some of the objects had a very detailed information. But anyway, through that, we picked up some of the object and added my narration and poetry and some of the mouse harp sound. Next slide, please. So thank you very much, Iai Naikere. And we would like to show the trailer of my art, the video, Ainupuri. Thank you. The sound here.
They're just working on the sound. Won't be a moment.
The sound here.
Okay, we're just going to connect it to the main. Oh, hi, Kobe back. We're just finishing up with Kadeko. We're just going to change screen. If you guys want to turn off your video, that's... Sorry, Kaneko, won't be a moment. This is the beautiful thing about our modern world, that we can come in from so many different places. Wouldn't it be nice in 5 to 10 years we don't have to worry about this? It'll just all be like too easy. It'll just all be like too easy. It'll be like too easy. It'll be like too easy. There we go. Too easy. There we go. Too easy. There we go. There we go. Sorry, could we just go from the beginning? 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 Thank you so much, Kanako. We do apologise for the technology, but when we finally got it, you could hear a pin drop. Thank you. That was, very, very special. We probably...
Did you hear the sound?
We did hear the sound. The sound was really powerful.
Okay, good.
Did you want to speak
Thank
to
you.
the sound a little bit, to the instrument, or is there anything you wanted to say about that new work?
Yeah, it was just you saw the picture roll, and there was a tattoo paintings, and I tattoo exactly that on my hand. So the whole purpose is to bring that back to carry on the culture and how we have it depicted. You know, I try to bring in the image through my body and expression and sound. Thank you.
Can I open up to questions of the audience? Have you got a few more minutes with us? Yes. I've got a question.
Thank you for your presentation. One of the artists listening. I just wondered if you could share, and you can also, maybe it's not something to share, but a bit about the symbolism in the tattoos and the ornamentation. I got very curious about it. It seems to have some patterns, and it was beautiful. And also how you activated it with dance, and maybe some feelings, thoughts about that. Thank you. Keith.
Thank you. Yes, it is. People say different things because there is no rules, like static. You know, there's no definition as such. It's just a Japanese scholar came after in the beginning of 20th century, and they wrote a book. So a lot of the things that you see in the literature are some of them are correct and some of them are not so correct. So depending on the person, how you want to interpret. So that's also a beauty of this Ainu art, indigenous art, is that it is fluid and it changes depending on the person you are talking to. But nevertheless, the circle, for example, or the edges is protection from the evil spirits or from the diseases. So you do those embroidery at the edge of the kimono, around arms, around the foot, and that's the place. And mouth is most exposed to the outside world. I was told that that's why we do a tattooing, to protect ourselves from that.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? No? Okay, let's give Kanako another big round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And please have a wonderful symposium the rest of the day.
Thank you. Cheers. So, I realise that we've run into the break, and as you saw, we've got Beck and Kobe hanging out. Is everybody cool to go into that virtual session, and then we'll have a break, and we've got in-person sessions after that, so we can make up time, if that's fine with everyone. Okay, so very excited to introduce you to what I'm now going to call the partners in crime, Kobe Edgar and Rebecca Barnett Clement. Kobe Edgar.
Let's get the camera.
Yeah, unblur yourself,
blur.
Kobe. So Kobe is a proud Larrakia, and how do I say it? I say the
Jingly. Think about a jingly larrikin.
An Anglo woman from the northern
territory. Kobe currently lives and works on Gadigal country. He's worked in government institutions for over a decade and recently switched to independent part-time work. I didn't realise, good on you, for agency projects, which is a really important non-for-profit org that responds to identified needs for expressed First Nations people. Kobe's interested in how training and professional development of First Nations people on country can empower their communities economically. And in her spare time, she likes to make pickles with her fiancé Beck and play the guitar. Rebecca Barnett Clement, which you only call her when she's in trouble, or Beck, is a digital preservation analyst employed at the Art Gallery of New South Wales, which is situated on Gadigal land and works with a range of departments to improve their digital systems and processes. With a background in time-based art conservation, Rebecca enjoys the challenges and opportunities posed by new and emerging technologies and the flexible thinking required when working collaboratively with teams to find tailored digital solutions. Beck lives with her beautiful fiancé Kobe and their menagerie of pets in Redfern on Gadigal land, where she also spends her spare time making pickles, darning and mending clothes, and being a fusspot in the garden. Over to you.
Hello everyone, I'm just going to start by acknowledging the country that I come to you from. We're currently on the land of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation in visitors. This is we're visitors here. We live in Redfern, which has a huge history of political activism for First Nations people. I again am from Darwin. I'm a Larrakia, Jingli, Filipino woman. Which I think is really important to explain my cultural standpoint within Australia. So I just would like to greet you in our language. Damagwa Bachua, good evening. Nayani Kobe, Nyamule, Gulamerjin, Binyinba, I'm a Larrakia woman. That again is just something that our people are relearning is our language. So it's nice to be able to practice in this space with you guys. I've been watching online and it looks like you guys are having really, really amazing conversations. I guess it's important to explain my cultural position as a Larrakia person because of the importance of especially the Kabilo family and the Lee family that I come from within the First Nations arts and culture world. They, Francesca Kabilo is one of my aunts and she was one of the first ever, or the first ever, Indigenous curator to be employed at the National Gallery of Australia. She started in repatriation and looking at objects at the National Museum. So where the culture was considered a dead culture, a recorded culture, and argued for positions within institutions, which now there are many across Australia in every institution, and we're privileged to have those positions because of the work of our ancestors, and namely ones that I'm related to, so no pressure. I guess this presentation is a bit of a case study into something that we've been doing lately. I have 10 years of experience in institutions working at the Art Gallery of South Australia, the Adelaide Festival Centre, as well as places like the Art Gallery of New South Wales, where my colleagues Juanita and Asti, I acknowledge you guys in the audience as well. I'm glad that you're there to be there for all of the people on the ground, and obviously my colleague and wife, Beck, who again at the Art Gallery of New South Wales. I moved over to the Powerhouse, so a lot of time spent in institutions. Now working independently after the no vote, the referendum vote, and everything that's happening globally with First Nations peoples and their lands, I feel very comfortable to say that moralistically and ethically, I feel a lot better to be working outside of those institutions and spaces. And one of the things that I've been able to do is to offer the skills and expertise I learnt in those spaces and offer them to community in unique ways. One of those ways is through this project. This project really came about by a flippant conversation with a colleague of mine, Mel George, who is the manager at the Bulla Bulla Art Centre. I met her at Gama. I was just looking at their beautiful wares and she grabbed me and said, "Hey, do you know anyone that can help us? We've got so many slides. We've got so many photographs. We've been hit by cyclones. We need someone to come up and help us digitise this stuff." So funnily enough, Beck specialises in that. So it was pretty easy to bring Beck and Mel together during those conversations. Straight across from their garment store was the Unindiliaka ladies and Sam's. There's 2 or 3 Sams that work there. And they had the same problem. They've got all of this content, they've got all of these assets and no one to digitise them, to preserve them and to teach them or to be able to design ways of caring for those assets. So I guess that's an introduction to myself and the project that we're going to tell you a little bit about. To, I guess, also the funding for this project came from a variety of sources, philanthropic, and I'll hand over to Beck to tell you a little bit more about herself and how that came about.
Hi everyone, thanks for having us. Before I go on, can I just double check that you're seeing the slideshow?
Yeah, do you want to get the slideshow up now? Or should we share?
Do you want to share this screen?
We're not able to share. It says that sharing has been disabled.
Okay, we're going to make you a co-host.
Thank you.
We're doing this chill. We're chill in Norway.
Technology.
You can share now. Is it working?
Yeah, let's give this a go. Yeah.
Fantastic. Gives us a few more minutes to be super nervous about this.
How's that working? Is that better?
Can you guys see all that?
Yep, perfect.
Okay. So the project that we are talking about today is based on a AICCM grant, so AICCM being the Australian Conservation National Body, and they were having a 50K for 50 years grant for their anniversary. And so I put in a proposal for a project based on those conversations that Kobe and Mel had had. The proposal was essentially for a trip to Bulla Bulla and Unindiliaka, where we would undertake a RAM assessment, which is, for those who don't know, it's called a rapid assessment model, and it's essentially working out the digital preservation maturity of an organisation. It was designed by the Digital Preservation Coalition, as well as undertaking any sort of tailored activities identified by the art centres which would help them improve their digital preservation maturity. And so, as Kobe mentioned, for Bulla Bulla, that was largely the digitisation. The idea was that this trip would be a pilot which we would then refine and then propose as a kind of ongoing annual project, working with different communities and art centres over a number of years and growing in capacity. The kind of impetus behind it from my end is that as a non-First Nations digital professional working in this area, I want to be able to contribute my skills, but I also don't want to go in and say that just because I have these skills means I have all of the answers. It needs to be a much more collaborative sort of model with sort of two-way knowledge and learning throughout. And so I proposed that in growing it over the years, we would be wanting to bring in more First Nations professionals and include a increasingly broad range of conservators and digital preservation specialists. The grant thankfully was funded and was accepted, and it was supported particularly by the Gordon Darling Foundation, who we're incredibly thankful for their contribution. And I think this image on the first slide just like perfectly represents exactly what it was we were trying to do. The person jumping in the background for joy is Mel, who's the art centre manager at Bulla Bulla. And it was just like a beautiful little moment that we just happened to capture.
There's a little bit of inception going on there as well. That fella is taking a photo of himself as a kid on his mobile phone to show his family. Very cute. Guidance and cultural competency. So there's history of skilled personnel going into communities and, applying their skills to a community. We didn't want Beck to be one of those people. She's not an anthropologist. She's not a conservator who's just going to come in and dust off the objects and preserve them and then go away. It's about having long-lasting relationships that are paired up with these communities to go into the future. We don't want to be getting a different skilled person coming in and working with them at different phases of this project. They like to see the same faces. They like to build relationships with the people that are managing their assets. These are cultural assets that they haven't seen in over 30 years, some of them 40. A lot of the time, people that are skilled that go into these spaces and places are not very responsive to the communities. And just as a metaphor, you know, for example, they bring people in to do the plumbing. They're not teaching anyone in the community to do the plumbing themselves. And so it costs them heaps of money to be able to send someone out to these remote communities to be able to do this skilled-based training or skilled-based work. Instead, what we want to do is make sure that there is a way for people within the community to be able to care for these assets and add to them at their own discretion. Community life is also very different. Not everyone has the pleasure and the privilege of knowing or spending their lives with Indigenous people and families. It's very different to Sydney. Yes, we're talking about remote communities with one shop, with a land council, with a ranger program, with a school, and that's about it. So the community life is a bit of a culture shock for most, you know, Australians that have lived and grown up in cities. You're not, these are Indigenous lands, so you're not always welcome there unless you go and approach the land council and ask for permission. So there are cultural protocols and whatnot that a lot of skilled people don't necessarily have an expert to take them through that. And I think that can mean the difference between a successful interaction with a community and not a successful interaction with a community. Myself as a curator, you know, there isn't a curatorial outcome for this. That's what's the community has to kind of decide that. Anyway, so the cultural differences between the skilled personnel and the community members and the timeline of events is important to get into the structure of this thing straight away, and being the cultural conduit from start to finish, you know, also helps to build those relationships between professionals and community. First Nations digital asset. This is mine again as well. You're looking at beautiful photos of the Bulla Bulla Art Centre, by the way, on your slide. So the types of assets can vary depending on the communities that you're working with. The communities that I've mostly worked with are in Arnhem Land, the desert region and southeast regions. Within these communities, the assets that they have can be from surveyors, anthropologists, from local community, just taking photos and then having no place to store it. So it usually gets stored at the art centre. There are things from the 20th century. There are things from a couple of years ago. There's a whole variety of different content that relates to people who aren't necessarily visual artists as well. There's a huge industry of filmmakers that have gone through there and filmed a lot of films with Mr. G, who has passed away, so I won't say his name. Very famous Indigenous actor. Music is a huge part of their collection as well. A lot of the music, there's beautiful songs from, again, traditional songs. There's also, you know, reggae and the rock bands from the younger people, topographic images of country that the rangers are interested in looking at to see how country has changed over that time. General happenings within the community as well, how they vote, the establishment of the shop, the opening of the art centre, you know, which has so many photos of Juanita's uncle, John Mundine, which we'll get to later.
So when we were talking to Bulla Bulla, they had identified that one of the biggest needs for them was digitisation. So this was the kind of tailored activity that we wanted to undertake while we were there. They have cabinets and cabinets of assets. The contents is largely unknown by the current art centre staff, just because staff changeover over time means that sort of people do what they can and then move on. But as you can see, there are cardboard boxes in there still. And we found them filled with a mix of carrier types that we needed to digitise, ranging from mini DVs, VHS, optical discs, folders of colour slides, film negs, lots of printed photographs of varying ages and stages of deterioration. There was also a range of folders of printed paperwork, pamphlets and posters relating to Bulla Bulla as an organisation, and previous exhibitions that it has been involved with. When we first visited, there was no real acquisition policy, retention policy, disposal policy. They essentially just kept everything that they were given. So there was a lot of unknown content in the archive. So the first step was for Kobe and I to work with the executive director of the Arts Centre, Mel, who was pictured in that first slide, to sort through the assets and create digitisation priority lists based on a number of factors, including organisational significance, cultural significance, risk as a result of carrier format obsolescence, risk as a result of current condition of particular carriers, for example, mould, and access needs from the community, like what the community would actually be interested in seeing and what they would want access to. Then based on those digitisation priority lists, we went about undertaking the digitisation and implementing workflows, procedures and policies for the Arts Centre so that the work could be continued once we were gone. I didn't want the work to be dependent on my presence for it to take place. It was also really important that the community and the artists at the Arts Centre were aware of what I was doing and had the opportunity to be as involved as they were interested in being. So a lot of the work was undertaken up in the Arts Centre, as you can see, where people would come in and sit with me and see what I was doing, and the word spread quickly throughout the community. We often had children coming in and sitting and looking at the laptops of digitised images and then running away and telling their friends, and then a whole group of kids would come back, so that was really nice. This also provided lots of upskilling opportunities for the volunteers, the Arts Centre and the Arts Centre staff. So things like use of particular types of software, talking through the workflow that I was doing and why I was digitising to specific specifications in terms of the longevity of the file types, that sort of thing. So it was a really nice opportunity to kind of show everyone what I was doing and try and get as many people involved as possible. So over the 3-week period that we were in Ramingining, we digitised approximately 3,000 carriers, which amounted to approximately 8,000 digital assets. The types of carriers that I was able to digitise while I was there was kind of dependent on the equipment that I was able to bring. A lot of analogue carrier formats can't really be digitised on site in place just because the kind of equipment needed is very specialised and the skills to upkeep that equipment is very specialised. So we'll need to send those off-site for external digitisation. So while I was there, I mainly focused on photographs, colour slides and optical discs, which is like CDs, DVDs, that sort of thing. While the vast majority of the assets digitised were folders of slides and photographs, as you can see in the graph, the optical discs actually took up a significant portion of my time and concentration, as many of the discs were damaged, many of the files were corrupt, and the content was in proprietary format, which required normalisation so that they could be viewed and accessed by the average user. As the archive was being digitised, I also worked with the Arts Centre during that period to implement a number of policies and procedures around digital asset management, including setting up secure storage with the magical 333 rule of 3 copies in 3 locations in 3 different formats. And working with Arts Centre staff and volunteers to edit and enrich the metadata for individual digital assets. So again, that work could continue once we were gone. Everyone worked incredibly hard while we were there to get as much done as we possibly could, but there is still a lot to do. I estimate that there are probably another 15 to 20,000 assets still requiring urgent digitisation.
Cultural permissions and protocols. Well, each community is different, and because the community owns these assets, it's a little bit different to the work that I'm used to be doing. I'm used to working in a cultural institute where those assets have been given to us to care for or have been taken and now we care for them. So it's different working within a community to secure the assets that already belong to them. It's a lot easier from a curatorial perspective, because you just go to the Arts Centre and you wait for one of the board members to rock up and you ask them the questions that you need to ask. It's easier to do that than it is to work from an institution and do it the opposite way around. These guys also, they're not interested in their assets being in an institution. They want to learn how to care for these assets. They want to learn how to control them, and they want to figure out ways for their, what do you call it? This is why she's here. What the like so that they can share with the neighbouring community, they have to make sure that the technology speaks to each other. And I'm obviously, not so great at that one. There are obviously as well just different cultural protocols that are in place that are time specific. For example, the passing of that very famous actor. In that case, we spoke to his sister who survives him. Getting that kind of protocols and permission is a lot easier. Men, women and children have different protocols, but because there's an elder and it's their assets and they know what the content is, their self-determination allows them to be able to figure out what we can and can't show. So Becky's sitting there with Daphne, one of the elders of the community there, and looking at some of the content that we have digitized and seeing which ones she believes should be shown as highlights, and going through and marking ones that maybe should go back to sleep in the archives for a little bit longer. Those things would change throughout time as well. Cultural permissions change. Also the way that if it was made in the 1940s, it'll have like a statement of some sort, but the surviving son or daughter of that painter will have a different relationship with that painting. How do we record several stories associated with the same painting and how that changes over time? These are all questions that come up that we need to figure out a digital management system that allows Indigenous protocols to be embedded within them as a priority. All content was very easy to be approved, so they're holding that, they're utilising that, it's going forward with however they want to use it, I guess. Like I said before, this community has very little want for their community archive to be shown in Sydney or Melbourne. They don't care for that. They want their assets to stay within their community, and they want their the assets, what we can do with those assets to stay within community as well. You know, we spoke about different curatorial outcomes that could happen from this, and in every single conversation, every artist and every cultural caretaker wanted that outcome to be community-based. They weren't interested in taking that to Melbourne and having a beautiful show. They want to bring people to their community and celebrate it there. At the moment, they have 2 laptops with the assets so that men and women can both have access separately at the same time on their own private devices, and one in the library as well for people who would like to come and contribute their knowledge to the assets by naming their relatives or adding stories to those assets. The community isn't sure what they want to do with it just yet. They're getting used to having access to these assets, and the usage will be discovered, I think, in stage 2 and 3, which became very obvious that we need to do. Holding culture within the community is their priority. Beck did work with the local elders, Daphne, to select some highlights for the show, and we had a public slide night, which is not so easy to do in Ramangini. Just so you know, it was wet season, so the only way to get there is on a tiny little plane. There's only one shop. A barge comes once a week. I can't express to you how rural some of these communities are. I had to enlist my mother, who lived in Darwin, to buy us a few $100s worth of popcorn to be able to have popcorn at the slide night. She sent it over on the plane. It took me 4 days to get that kind of stuff. So you can see how hard it is for them to have access to materials and things that they can use. It was really great to have that night. You can see, here's me with some of the copies. A lot of the posters, they had several copies of every poster. So we kept the original, the best kind of, the one that was in the best condition to then keep in the archive. And then the school students came, mothers and their children, there's heaps of mums and children came to talk about, what was in these posters, which are a variety of things from the National Gallery, from a whole heap of exhibitions from the 80s, 90s, all the way to today. And, those kids grabbing came up and wanting specific posters that relate to their totems or their relatives. It was pretty funny that I got told off because apparently there weren't enough of one particular artist's works in posters. there's a small community outreach programs like this that help to get the word around in these communities. At the moment, you know, we're hearing back from Mel and the team over in Bulla Bulla every week about different people coming in and engaging with those things, and we need to give it the time and not be there looking over people's shoulders during this process. So that's, I guess, the intangible things that are happening with it are happening right now and we can't see it.
And I think it's worth saying that we also, as part of this project and the funding that came from the grant, bought a projector that we gave to the community so that the slide nights can continue, and that's another form of kind of engaging with the archive.
Yeah, so Mel and the team have been getting slide nights and showing the movies. They're going to do a monthly movie or slide night to give those communities some more access and engagement with the archive.
So the second part of the project was also undertaking the RAM assessments. This is a little snapshot of us starting that. So throughout the 3 weeks in community, I was constantly having informal conversations with Arts Centre staff about the outcomes of this digitisation project and listening to artists and other community members speak about what they envisaged for the digital archive in the future. This gave me an opportunity to slowly explain some of the main concepts of digital preservation with Arts Centre staff in an organic way, getting a feel for what was desired within the community and collaboratively exploring possible avenues they could take in the future if they wanted. At the end of the 3 weeks, I worked with Mel, the Executive Director of Bulla Bulla, to undertake the RAM assessment, and it was actually a really lovely process. Working with Mel to identify both the current level of capacity within the Arts Centre before and after the digitisation project. In many instances, this had sort of dramatically highlighted just how much sort of work we had done and the steps forward that just digitising the archive and having those conversations sort of meant. And then thinking about culturally appropriate and achievable target levels for the future. Based on Mel's enthusiastic recommendation, we have since also begun working with Arts Centre staff from one of the neighbouring communities, Milingimbi, to undertake a DPC RAM assessment for their archive. And as a neighbouring community with many family ties to Ramingining and a very different level of digital preservation maturity, they're much further down the track than Bulla Bulla is. We hope those conversations prompt an understanding of kind of where they can go and hopefully more sort of future collaboration between the two communities.
Okay, so next steps, phase 2 coming soon. So the community wants that ongoing engagement, you know. Stage 1 just isn't enough as a pilot. There's no use giving them the tools if they don't know the scope or the usage of these tools. The community wants First Nations people within their community to be trained to use those systems and be a part of building the system. They want outcomes that are based on their community. They're not interested in this going to a city. So to address that, we've got another grant that is coming through to be able to do those 2 phases. So stage 2.
So I'll jump in.
Yeah.
So working collaboratively with Bulla Bulla Arts Centre staff, we applied for another grant, as Kobe said, this time with Magnet, which is the Museum and Gallery of the Northern Territory, which would allow us to undertake a 2nd and 3rd phase of the project. As Kobe said, we kind of realised that as a pilot, that first trip wasn't really enough. It was still too much for me going in as a cultural professional, a digital preservation professional, to kind of provide a service rather than that ongoing relationship that we wanted. So we thought we'd propose a 2nd and 3rd tier, which is still part of this pilot. And so the idea is that we would go back into community and undertake further digitisation, working with the community to start activating the archive and bringing on further First Nations colleagues. So lovely Juanita, who's there at the moment, is part of that grant as well. And we're hoping to hear the outcome of the grant application soon, so fingers crossed.
The point of these phases as well is to really create a model that can be replicated for other art centres and digital preservation specialists going forward. You know, Juanita has a huge connection with this community. As I said before, her uncle, John Mundine, is in about 70% of the photos, I reckon. He was a huge figurehead there. He helped to establish the Bulla Bulla Arts Centre. He was the curator in the field at the Art Gallery of New South Wales at the time, sending back works from all over the Arnhem region to be collected by this institution. And Juanita, as someone who's worked at the Art Gallery and obviously with the connections with Ramingining and her connections with conservation, it seems just it's a no-brainer that she's the right person to be going here and building connections with the community to prolong that transgenerational connection with this community and artistically. And I think that the point of, I know that the point of this is to make sure that the community can have those ongoing relationships with Juanita. We need to make sure that we're putting professionals in these spaces and upskilling them in a way that is beneficial to the community first and foremost. And they don't just want another filmmaker, conservator, curator even, walking into their community. They're an amazing community. We need long-lasting relationships with these places to be able to sustain them through the generations. And that's the aim of phase 2 and 3, is to show that by linking up the correct professionals and the correct First Nations, either cultural leaders within the arts field or people within their own communities who are cultural leaders, and upskilling them is what's going to be the difference between of small projects like this.
I would just finish by saying that while we were there, we planted a mango tree, a tiny mango tree, because the last one had blown over in a cyclone. And while we were there, we promised everyone that we would keep coming back until the mango tree could provide shade for everybody. So I think that's just kind of like a nice way of saying that we're really committed to having those ongoing relationships and bringing what we can to the community.
Yeah, it's and we want to be able to figure out and create a model that other people, other curators and other professionals who already have, and conservators who already have connections or an interest within a community, to be able to utilise a collaborative model like this to be successful for the communities that they belong to. I have no idea what phase 2 and 3 are going to entail when it comes to a physical manifestation of this project. I don't know if it's going to be a copy book on the archive. I don't know if it's going to be an exhibition. I have no idea if they're going to want to write an album. I have no idea. That's up to the community, and I'm really excited to be going through this process with them, and also to be working collaboratively with skilled personnel who are non-First Nations to be able to get that cross-cultural collaboration up to speed, and also to make sure that conservators and non-Indigenous curators who want to work in this space, to show models of how this can be successful.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think that's all. Thanks for listening. I know you guys are probably really hungry and got a headache, and sorry for keeping you up.
That was brilliant. Big round of applause.
Any questions?
So, yeah, we're definitely moving towards a reset / loo break. But before we do that, if we've got you for a few more minutes, questions, comments, thoughts, online, anything? This is so good because I just... Oh, do it.
Hey guys, it's Juanita. Thanks so much
Hi.
for presenting. I just wanted to thank you so much. And I did have a question, and I think you guys spoke to it a lot, but I feel like both of you can collaboratively potentially answer. But you touched on kind of a history of the fly-in, fly-out effect in our, remote communities, and what it has meant historically to have a lot of, whether it be white anthropologists or curators or, photographers and so forth, coming into these spaces and them being quite extractive. And I think I would love to hear what your aspirations are for this model for non-Indigenous people to work in this space, and also, First Nations people like myself who benefit from the privilege of being white passing and also coming from an urban centre where there's, proximity to that privilege. How you see the model as being something that people can reshape and work with other communities to make sustainable, to kind of repair some of that extractive history.
Oh yeah, exactly. I think the difference here is that the community is the one who did a call out for a professional to come and work with them, as opposed to a professional imposing themselves upon the community. And I think that, you know, as you would know, Juanita, there's so many art centres with so many of these assets where they have no idea what to do with them or how to care for them. And I think that this model, by showing those phases, you know, I would assume in phase 2, working with you, with your connections with that community and myself as a Northern Territory local, you know, we're already 2 generations into having a relationship with this community in a lot of ways. And this model, I think one of the highlights and one of the takeaway pieces from this model is to look for relationships that are already existing and people that aren't going to credentialize the work as their own. The only reason I invited Beck here is because of the knowledge she has within the digital world. I can tell you what it's meant to the community, and I can tell you the content within those photographs and assets, but I can't tell you how to preserve them and look after them. I think that is one of the biggest problems, is people going in and then utilising this kind of stuff as their career, and they'll write about it for the rest of their lives, sort of thing. And the fact of the matter is that the community has all of the control within this. Beck and I don't have any copies of any of those assets. We don't have any say in how they're utilised or how the community wishes to utilise them. They've already been used to do some educational pieces on the Bulla Bulla website, Instagram and whatnot, about the different people and history of those people and importance of those people to Ramingining community. So they're already utilising it as an education piece on the history of their people and the art movements. And, you know, David Malangi, for example, was featured in one of the most recent posts, who was famously, his work was appropriated for the $1 note. And there's this staunch, amazing photograph of him in his Kubra in front of an Aboriginal flag. And it's those kind of assets and bringing them back to the community that re-inspire the younger people and the older people. And it's none of our business how they want to utilise that. It's our business to do a job that they've asked us to do.
And I would just add that as a non-First Nations professional, certainly previously a conservator, I have always felt that this is a huge gap for those of us who do want to contribute and want to help in this space, but there hasn't really been sort of sustainable collaborative models for how to do it well. And I think, as Kobe says, it's very much about the people and the relationships. And even though we have definitely made this a very family affair in that Kobe is my wife, I think that it's actually really important, if we're going to use this pilot for future projects, both in this community and other communities, that there is always that kind of partnership. And it can be someone from within the community or out, but it needs to be a First Nations person that works with the professional coming in who has the skills. Because, apart from the fact that I'm married to Kobe, I don't necessarily know what is appropriate dress, or that I can or can't say something, or how to react in a certain instance. And I think it's really important that...
Or even how to do preliminary assessments of the type of content, and, you know, just going through and me being able to just say, this is men's business, this is definitely fine for everyone to look at. You don't have any idea about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and a lot of art centre staff are not First Nations. And so if I just went in as a non-First Nations person and worked with non-First Nation staff members to assess what is actually culturally significant to prioritise for digitisation, that's not sustainable. That's not what we want to do. So, yeah.
I don't know if that even answered your question, Juanita.
No, you definitely did. Thanks, guys.
Anything else? I just want to end by saying that the term digital repatriation gets flung about all over and I really take offence at that, because giving a community a hard drive of digitised assets and saying, yeah, off you go, is not digital repatriation. That is ridiculous. And just truly say from the bottom of my heart, this is true digital repatriation, and I thank you both so much for your contributions and for your energies. It's really wonderful. So let's, last round of applause.
Thanks for having us.
Enjoy your cup of tea.
Have a good sleep.
Ta-da.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. All right. So we're going to take 10 minutes. Obviously, we're behind, but that's okay. So thank you so much for everybody pushing through. I know that was a big morning of watching and virtual. Really appreciated it. So we'll come back at 11:50, please. So we're going to have our next speaker presentation, and then we're actually going to have lunch, which I've been told is like delicious pasta. It smells amazing. And then we're going to come back into the afternoon sessions. So yeah, do appreciate everybody's flexibility and concessions for sort of supporting those communities that are sort of in nighttime land. Online as well, do appreciate the flexibility there. Hopefully people's schedules haven't been messed around a little bit. So just to reiterate for online, so we're gonna have a presentation now from 12 to 12:30 and then break for 45 minutes for lunch, and then the presentations will begin again. So let me get my piece of paper. So I'm now going to welcome Joel Taylor, who is a senior researcher at the Norwegian Institute for Cultural Heritage Research, specialising in conservation and heritage studies. He has worked with a variety of institutions, including National Museums and Galleries of Wales, English Heritage and University College London, University of Oslo, the Getty Conservation Institute, holds a PhD and an honours degree in conservation from Cardiff University. Published on preventative conservation, sustainability, decision-making, conservation, critical and digital heritage, the intersection of intangible and tangible heritage, and the intergenerational issues in conservation of and access to heritage. So big welcome to Joel.
Thanks. Oh. I think that one's thanks very much. So thank you very much also for inviting me and for hosting the seminar. It's a big honor to be asked. Really appreciate that. I'm not really going to be kind of trying to inject myself into Indigenous discussions, not really trying to extract too much at the same time. But I will be kind of referring to some of the excellent presentations which we've had today. But I think the reason I was kind of invited to join this is some of my previous work on intergenerational justice. I found it a very useful way to kind of unpick some of the things that I found very hard to understand about the way we conserve and why we conserve things the way we conserve things. I'm a conservator by background, as Asti mentioned, and there's a lot of that kind of confusion around these kinds of things has been kind of helped defining in that way. So hopefully this can kind of contribute to the discussions later on. So I'm just trying to, the logistics. So intergenerational justice. This has been something that's kind of, people have been talking about intergenerational issues for many, many years, hundreds of years, but it kind of became a systematic field of study in the 1970s. People kind of looking at concepts of this. It's now kind of become an ethical theory in its own right, different kind of versions of that, and very influential in things like climate change ethics. The Brundtland Report was very much influenced by these kinds of things. Here's a quote by John Rawls talking about kind of justice between generations. Just saying there's no, the ethical theories that we have, they're kind of put to the test when we start to think about these things. So this is the kind of the challenge that we all have, that we're kind of identified in different ways. So it's kind of this area, and it kind of came out because there was a kind of a desire to break away, to kind of reject this kind of structural disadvantaging through arbitrary kind of features, nationality, kind of race, but also through time. And this is kind of how this came about. There were kind of previous notions of morality which were connected to like the greatest good, kind of utilitarian theories. And I've seen them kind of explicitly mentioned in kind of conservation and kind of some of the ways in which we systematize conservation. And this was an opportunity to think about this. So there are different schools of thought. John Rawls, though, was the one that kind of initiated a lot of these different kinds of approaches, which is now a thriving field in its own right. And he just wrote a chapter. He was writing a book about justice. He just wrote a chapter, and then this just spiraled into a whole kind of thing. So I'm just going to go through a few of the kind of concepts that I've found quite useful during this time. One of which is kind of a little bit obvious now, and it's kind of been kind of raised into a much bigger sphere by kind of critical heritage studies. There was a recent project called Heritage Futures, and this is this idea of infinite saving. I think when Nathan Sentence was talking about kind of, oh, you know, how do we save this dance? How we should record it to do these things. Really breaking down this idea of keeping things for the sake of keeping them, which we see in all kinds of practice, but particularly in heritage and museums, becomes a little thing. And then it kind of raises dilemmas, which we can start to see in climate change ethics, but also everywhere. That people who are disadvantaged now, who are then having to sacrifice themselves or hold back in order for advantaged people in the future to benefit in some way. So there are lots of kind of payoffs and moral kind of ideas about how these things can play out, which are kind of questioned and brought to the fore when we start to think about intergenerational justice in a systematic way, and then kind of how we kind of value resources, how that might change over the future, and how we kind of understand these things. So, I mean, one of these things is just to a certain extent looking here, what do we intend to transmit? So in the kind of the field of climate change ethics, we think about conservation of options, conservation of equality, conservation of access. And it may not be that you have to choose between these things. In fact, I don't think you do, but some of the actions that we make may not do all of these things all the way, and may not kind of give you all of those different kind of ways in which we start to think about transmission over time. So really, it's kind of a way of kind of breaking down what it is that we're doing and how that transmission starts to affect things in the future. But there are also ways of deprivileging material, starting to kind of think about how we understand this. So one I like is a substitutability and this is really this kind of this way of thinking. In climate change ethics, there was this notion of, you know, oh, we must keep oil reserves for the future. But then it's like, do we really need oil or do we need energy? What are the, you know, how do we actually start to express these different things? So in the cartoon, a dystopian future where someone's saying, oh, you know, I miss the internet. And then someone's saying, oh, well, and then he draws a little picture on a piece of paper saying, do I miss the internet? I'm not sure if I missed the internet. Or just the memes. And it was the memes, really, that was what I missed. So there's an element of kind of being able to focus on how these things are valued. So when we start to think, oh, do we want the books? Do we want the stories? Do we want the stories? Do we want the lessons? We can start to feed into the kind of specific debates that we have, and how we can account for change in different ways. But the thing that kind of got me into this whole world was this kind of confusing thing where a lot of conservation, a lot of kind of acts, we talk about conserving things for future generations. It's in a lot of the kind of the professional bodies, how the rationale is made. I went in to look at a bunch of abstracts of conservation literature. Many of them had future generations in the title. It was normally just kind of like the second sentence, and it kind of, oh, we're doing a thing, it's for future generations, or it would be the last thing, as if kind of we're doing this very technical scientific thing about epoxy resin for future generations. Often there's kind of rhetorical device, And I never really understood what that meant. I was trying to kind of unpack this. This is a little graph that I came up with when I was trying to kind of wrestle with some of these concepts. It's a bit old now, but it still holds. I did this when my daughter was 1 year old, so she's kind of right at the end there, but it still kind of works in different ways. But just to kind of explain, there are kind of different ways in which these things are expressed. Some of that might just be the lifetimes of different people. Some of it, and that's just the black lines. Some of it may be when someone is able to take on the responsibilities of that community. So often this is kind of how things are used in policy. Things like if there's something, oh, every generation is 25 years, because then you can start to do these different aspects. And that's kind of referred to in the kind of intergenerational justice world as causal parity. But then there's also this thing called causal asymmetry, which is where no one is alive during that next generation. So it's a huge gap where these people don't have any kind of specific direct connection. And this is kind of something which comes up a lot when we start to think about we're doing things for future generations. It's a lot of kind of calling upon these different kinds of things. And then there are these kind of blue columns, which is just a kind of more of a social perspective of how generations are defined by different events. So this is Dirk Spenneman's kind of interpretation of that. So there are different kinds of things. There's kind of in some areas, it's kind of like people talk about the last generation or the greatest generation. Many of these are still alive. They're not discrete from one another. But over time, there'll be a kind of a period where they are kind of more populous, and times when they kind of start to die out. But there'll be different kind of connections, different relations between them in different ways. So they're kind of just to really illustrate that there are all these different ways in which we define what we're referring to in terms of generation. But there's one kind of relationship that I want to kind of discuss a little bit further, and that's that relationship between causal parity and causal asymmetry. Sorry, it's thirsty work up here. And this is this distinction which comes up a lot in intergenerational justice, and something which is quite helpful in terms of expressing and defining debates in different ways. So intergenerational, often this is this distant thing where people are looking over a long period of time, not necessarily knowing who you're preserving things for. It's more we're doing these in a particular way. So it's considered to be this egalitarian thing where I'm just doing this for future generations in this way. But it's also quite a future-shaping act, that because these things, there isn't that feedback in that way, it becomes something where things are projected in different ways. Whereas kind of between generations, this is something which is more overlapping, is more reciprocal in these different ways. So there's a cooperative aspect to that. So when we start to see that kind of dark blue line, this is between different generations. They may know each other, they may hear each other's stories. When we get to the light blue line, then that's a kind of maybe this is kind of, you don't know if these people ever exist. You don't know their identities in any way. But this would be maybe something that's part of your plan for conservation, for transmitting things. And then we start to think about specific memories, and then we can kind of work back in that way, I think. Okay, there's going to be a few formatting issues there. I'll try. I've got a hard copy, so I'll kind of explain it in a way. But I just wanted to kind of illustrate this a little bit and introduce you to my children, Edgar Remote. is one. But it's his nickname. But it's also one of these things where I've seen papers where people define it in the way I just defined it. I've seen people flip that definition as well, and between generations becomes the kind of the more indirect one, whereas the kind of so what I'm going to talk about is kind of direct and indirect kind of concepts. So that same kind of thing. So one is this kind of direct thing, and that's kind of, these are contemporaries, these are people who are kind of reciprocal relationships, and this kind of cooperative thing, and there. So then, and actually when I was approached to kind of to speak at this seminar, I was taking the boy to the museum. We were talking about myths and stories that had been handed on in oral tradition, and I said to him, it's you know, these stories have lasted for thousands of years. It's like having 300 Edgars, and then each Edgar tells the story, but only the Edgars standing next to him can hear. And then he took my hand, and he looked at me and said, "Don't worry, Papa, I'll tell all of the Edgars." And then I was like, oh, okay, I haven't explained that very well, so I'm going to kind of go into it a little bit more for you. So he's kind of, but basically, the first thing is there are different qualities, and this is kind of how these things are carved up and divided up in a way. So there's this kind of, this idea of remote generations, and that's kind of no mutual cooperation. These people don't know each other, so there's no in-kind exchange in this way. And there's what they call a permanent asymmetry in power. There are present generations doing things and kind of acting out. They may have benevolent feelings towards future generations, but it's an indirect effect. You have an influence on the makeup of the future generations. You can burn lots of fossil fuels and think about the circumstances in which they live, and you don't really have any effect on the remote past, except perhaps any wishes they had for their representation in the future. So the knowledge of future generations in this way is quite limited, whereas direct generations, it's a mutual cooperation. There's a kind of a social contract to that. So it's reciprocal, but also in many different ways, there's a conditional element to this. I'll look after you when you're young, you look after me when I'm older. So there are kind of power relations there which are much more fluid, much more dynamic, instead of it just being all the present generations influencing the future generations. Everyone is kind of part of that dynamic, and it works. You'll be listening to stories, you'll be telling stories in different ways. Direct effect on future generations, that's probably the most academic way of expressing that. I think you all know what it means. Having children. So there's an element of kind of caring for young, and then kind of being directly affected by this. So there's a knowledge that kind of connects in this way. So then kind of, if we have all of the Edgars lined up in this different way, then there may be another, it's not just him, this isn't his opinion about future generations, by the way, this is me kind of just using it, but say there are different generations and there's an Edgar in each of these. The first Edgar may know some of these things, they may inherit something from in different ways, but then the further we go down, we start to think about future generations. We start to think like terms like legacy are used in these different ways. In the same way, when we get to Edgar number 12, he may remember some of those earlier Edgars, but when we get to here, we're talking about these past generations, this idea of heritage and kind of how we use that in different ways. And then we have the kind of the reciprocity, which is going to be mentioned a couple of times. But here, in intergenerational justice, it's kind of regarded a lot in terms of the social contract. So this kind of, I look after my children, so they might look after me. And this is reciprocal relationship, and this kind of changes over time. There'll be different forms of this, but it'll be this dynamic relationship with kind of giving and receiving of different kinds in these different ways. So when we start to think about this in terms of heritage, I'm not saying that I'm going to put up a statue of Edgar, but if someone did, then we might kind of look at this in terms of remote generations. This might be kind of cared for by the Edgars that know him. And then over time, this would become this kind of stance of formal protection, and then perhaps over time be conserved for some reason. So this would be kind of remembered. There'd be this kind of symmetry here that these people would know the people that knew the original Edgar, but no, over time there'd be this asymmetric relationship where there wouldn't be any kind of connection or reciprocal aspect to this. So those of you not from Norway, there's a Cultural Heritage Act here where we have this automatic protection for structures that were built before 1537. So there's this very specific aspect to remote generations of whatever it is. If it reaches this point, then it's considered heritage, is worthy of conservation in this different way. And then kind of when it comes to Sami heritage, instead of it being 1537, they just say, okay, 100 years. So it's the same paradigm, but just in this different way. It's just moving along this kind of concept of causal asymmetry, but it's not necessarily one which is connected to a lot of these different aspects. So I think when we start to think of direct generations, then we're thinking more of things where there's a kind of an overlap, a sharing of things. There'll be memory, there'll be this idea of social relations and this kind of dynamic element of power, this dynamic element in terms of how those generations are made up. There'll still be some obscurity going forward, but that will be kind of connected to these aspects. So as we go on, it will be changing and dynamic, but it will be not necessarily something where there's a definite period in which one Edgar or one Audrey is kind of distanced and considered this abstract figure in this different way. So in terms of, that's obviously a kind of, the reality of these things is much more complicated. And Nina Tonga this morning was talking about this kind of like this combination of what and how. I was really pleased to hear that, as it was in my presentation too. But then it was, but it's this aspect that how we balance these approaches for intangible heritage. And it kind of connects a little bit with some of the other things that have been said so far. This, excuse me. So the kind of the foundational principles of care and respect are kind of align here a little bit with the idea that the kind of the indirect approach, this kind of abstraction of future generations, is not necessarily intended to kind of sustain things as a byproduct, but there's an altruistic element to this. This kind of, we have no right, I'm not doing this for me, I'm not doing this for my children, I'm doing it for society in general. It doesn't always work ideally for all kinds of heritage, but there's a kind of an aspect of kind of care and respect which come out in different ways. So I don't want to kind of overreach a little bit, but when Theron was talking yesterday about kind of support and protection, connecting that with love and sympathy, it's these same principles that a lot of what is happening is a kind of a balanced combination of these two things. So when Katie was talking about the future library, there's this kind of this not knowing what is happening, but there's also this extraordinary improvisation, this kind of ritual aspect which makes it a dynamic process. It's not this abstraction of future generations, but this kind of creative way of engaging with that kind of interplay, with that kind of balance. So it's kind of, it's not necessary to say that these things are mutually exclusive, but just to say that when they become mutually exclusive, we can get into quite difficult kinds of situations. And then this kind of reminded me a little bit of some of the kind of participative approaches in cultural institutions. The activist and ex-museum director Nina Simon always used to talk about participation in museums, talking about how do you plan a surprise party for people that you don't know, and thinking of that in terms of future generations. She came up with this kind of principle of doing things for communities. That was grand, but when people thought they were doing things in that way, it was much more beneficial and much more powerful when these initiatives were actually kind of formed. The actual people doing it were from that community. A lot of the people involved in engaging it were in that community. So it became something where that museum actually became much more powerful and much more relevant by actually trying to step back and remove some of that kind of obstruction, some of those obstacles, which are a little bit like how we kind of abstract future generations when we're not careful. So I'm going to whiz through this bit. That was kind of intended, but it's a useful kind of theory. It's a useful field, but we can't necessarily assume that kind of justice and this kind of talk of primary social goods and inheritance is something that we can just take point blank into heritage. There are different kinds of rights to justice and food, which may be a good thing. Heritage can be a lot more complex. So we don't necessarily perceive it as a singular entity. So kind of unpacking this kind of helps with the transmission of intangible heritage. I'm just going to whiz through this as these are kind of a number of different things, but heritage isn't always this kind of this social good as we've been kind of discussing. There can be kind of a lot of contentious elements to these things, how these things interact in different ways, what might be a social good for some, not so much for others. And there may be even times, a bit like the epistemocide that Lisa Ravner was talking about earlier, this kind of idea of like some heritage is created at specific times, which can then lead to the silencing or the inhibition of other forms of cultural expression and heritage. And sometimes it isn't heritage, sometimes protecting these things in the ways in which we think about can be problematic in themselves. So just kind of, I'll just whiz through this, but then there's this kind of aspect of using these spaces as in terms of performative things. It's a multifarious, it's this dynamic fabric, and making space is something which we can start to think about in the long term, but don't necessarily need to make it static in these different ways. So I think I just got a 1 minute. Okay, so I'll just leave with this, my kind of offering after all of this, was this kind of idea that conservation is it really a thing in a proper way? To a certain extent, is it not just mediated access over time? We conserve things now so other people might access them in the future. We do things in these different ways. So we kind of think about a lot of the structures and a lot of the ways in which conservation is expressed. And that can kind of really start to think about how conservation fits into that wider scheme. And I'll just end there. And something which I've found useful, again, kind of to break these things down, to kind of create space in different ways, is to kind of think about who gets what, when, and how, and not as mutually exclusive concepts, but how they all affect one another in different ways. And there's another kind of, this is just a kind of an elaboration of that. I'll send you the paper if you want to kind of. So yeah, so basically, I'll just end up now. Sorry for going over. But do we need kind of common ways of expressing intergenerational transmission? And if so, then how do we mediate that transmission of intangible heritage over time? So Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joel. So we've got a few minutes for questions. Does anyone have any thoughts, questions? Perfect.
Thank you, and thank you for a very, this inspired a lot of thinking for me, listening to you. And what struck me in this presentation was, and maybe this is not so much as a question as it is an invitation for you to reflect, because if we think about the future, or if we use the term futurity, so within Indigenous futurism, there is an understanding of futurity being living today how you see the future happen. So if I invite you to sort of reshift a little bit your perspective during this talk to actually become more about not moving back and forth linearly, but actually looking to the side, including an understanding that inclusion and generations and intergenerational doesn't necessarily mean from that way down or from that way up, but it actually means this way as well, you know? Because, and I mean, I use the term as well, reciprocal, right? Interrelational, but it's not simply a one-on-one direction, or it shouldn't be. And I feel a lot of the discussions about conversation puts it into that very one-way linear discussion. So, yeah, invite you to reflect on that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think it's not so much my perspective but elaborating on how this is expressed in these fields, which is quite helpful to unpicking some of those specific ideas about how future is understood and how those perceptions affect and influence the ways in which things are done, ways in which policies are made. So I apologize if I was trying to send in a perspective. All I was really doing is trying to kind of initiate this, and then with the kind of intragenerational aspects of this, seeing those parallels, which are more to do with how representation works over time. But it was basically just to kind of unpick that part of the puzzle rather than to give a universal or a kind of a broader perspective. It was really just that. But thanks for the feedback.
So I didn't mean to, if you took my comment or invitation as somehow it wasn't meant as a critique of what you were saying specifically. It was meant as an invitation to reflect further and beyond, right? Because it's easy to sort of criticize the existing structures. And I mean, to a certain degree, we all work and maintain those structures. We reassert them through our practices. So what I would really like to see is us starting to sort of make use of our imagination, right? To see, well, where else could we go? Where else could we sort of push then the notion of conservation and cultural heritage? Because the fact of the matter is that we can complain about institutions and structures as much as we want. At the end of the day, we as individuals working in those structures are maintaining them. So then the invitation to reflect, and that actually goes to everyone, is rather just to expand, to think beyond. And I don't think that, Indigenous knowledges should not be implemented by people that are not Indigenous. Like every day, Indigenous scholars and academics and workers are asked to know Western epistemology. So before we can engage with our own epistemologies, we need to know and practice those epistemologies that through colonization has been inserted into our communities. And so at some point, I think it would be fair to expect the other way around, that our knowledges gets inserted into the structures, and actually it should be a demand for people working in cultural heritage to actually specifically learn about these issues and think, reflect, and expand. And I guess that's what I wanted to sort of invite you to do by bringing in the notion of futurity as something that is not simply one linear up and down, you know? But thank you very much for your response. So.
Sure. I've written more about this. I can send it to you if you like, which is a little more broad, just in the time available. I think there's a benefit in trying to make space for that to happen. Some of the, I don't know, I mean, there's a lot of ways in which that can connect in different forms and different aspects. I'm actually involved in a documentary about transnational adoptees, where people don't know their history. So a lot of this is about finding those spaces in which people can start to weave their identity, and for that to kind of, so that's kind of, basically, I absolutely agree with you that there's an incredibly important aspect of that, which is kind of how do you start to weave that together? And that's interviewing a lot of artists of different kinds who are then kind of, so it's a much more positive kind of aspect, instead of trying to find what that history was, trying to shape or imagine a new future. For me, I think I want to kind of help create space for that to happen. And this is really what that was about. So I do agree with you, absolutely. I just wanted to focus in on one thing instead of kind of working this way and then kind of inserting myself too early. Because I think for these things that happen, for the engagements that happen, it takes time on both ways. So to parachute in and start saying these things, yeah, I don't wish to do that, but absolutely, over time, these things can and should be part of that. And I think space making is a first step in that direction.
I really appreciate that, because as someone who is non-Indigenous and very much, you know, trained within a Western canon, I feel like, especially with conservation, like, to be real for a second, and then maybe this is something we can talk about over lunch, a lot of us here are museum professionals and conservators, but this is not a conversation that's happening at an international, like at a giant conservation 2,000 people. I think it's wonderful that this is happening in this beautiful space, but it's not in the museum. So I think it would be really great to reflect, and to your like provocation, Joel, like, if this is the future we want for conservation, why is there a bunch of us across the road outside of the museum holding our own symposium and sharing these beautiful, wonderful things? And how do we get it in? So I think is that okay to have some lunch now? Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Arian. Thank you, Joel. Okay, are we all happy to come together? So lunch was incredible. Thank you so much. So nourished, I think is the only word I can think of to explain that experience. So now I'm going to introduce Sarah Maya Personen. Did I get close? Did I get okay? Okay. I'm going to try really hard. So Sarah Maya is a conservator at the Sami Museum, Sida, and has worked on 2 major repatriations since 2021. Graduating as an object conservator in 2020, she's now writing her master thesis on repatriation from a conservation perspective. Her research explores the role of conservation in reconnecting repatriated objects with the Sami community, focusing on how conservation efforts can support this process. Big welcome.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Yes, good. So, nice to meet you all. It's a huge honor to be here with you, such amazing professional and artists. My name is Sarma Pesonen, and I work as a conservator in Sami Museum Sita in Anar, Finland. First, I'm going to introduce the museum Sita very shortly and talk about the collections we have and talk a little bit about the conservation work in general. And secondly, I will talk about the repatriations because Sami Museum Sita is lucky enough to already have a few. And then of how Sami Museum Sita works to bring the repatriated objects and the Sami communities together. And lastly, I'm going to dig a little bit deeper to what are the challenges we face with these repatriated objects, and also what's my role as a conservator in this. So, the Sami Museum Sita, it was founded in 1959, and it opened as an outdoor museum in 1963. The Sita, the building, is from 1998, and we got renovation in 2022. We're a private-owned museum, and it's owned by Sami Museum Foundation. In Finland, it's a mid-size museum. We have 17 permanent workers and 68,000 visitors in the exhibition annually. The collections consist of 10,000 objects, 23,000 photographs, and 150 artworks. And we also have a reference library. So about the conservation work. Right now the focus is on the preventive conservation. I do a lot of condition reporting, some surface cleaning of the object, mechanical cleaning, usually vacuuming, documentation, pest control, and storaging. And what comes to active conservation treatments, I'm lucky enough to be surrounded by so many people who know Duochi very well. So I have people to ask from, and I also think it's completely necessary for me as a Finnish person to do my job, to have this kind of cooperation with the Sami community in the conservation. And all in all, the conservation work in Sami Museum is really just shaping up to what it's going to be in the future. We're hoping to have a lot more collaboration with the Sami community in the larger scale in the future. So, about the repatriations. Here you can see all the repatriations we already have happened. And as you can see, it's really a short amount of time that these all have happened. The first one was Vapriikki Museum from Tampere, and the latest one was Northern Ostrobonia Museum. They returned 350 objects, and that's what I'm currently working with. And the biggest one of these all was National Museum of Finland. They returned 2,200 objects in 2021. Within the borders of Finland, the situation with this repatriation is quite good. All the major Sami collections have now been returned to Sápmi. But for example, we have a drum as a loan from Sweden, and it has been loaned since 2001, so over 20 years. And altogether, about 25% of those 10,000 objects are repatriated collections. So, what do we focus now in the museum? We focus on bringing the objects and the Sami communities together. We have these sessions in Siita. Here you can see in the photo, that's one session we had with these kahpirs, women's hats. We brought out each and every one of these hats that had holes in the context information, and we invited over 40 people to come and see and meet and do a research on these kahpirs. We also have these kind of sessions all over Sápmi. For example, a few weeks back we were in Karesuando near the Swedish border, and we had around 20 objects with us there. And we actually, when we were going there, we stopped at one person's home to show her the cradle we had with us. And then, of course, there's these research projects by Duochars and Sami researchers. But you don't have to have a research to be able to meet the objects we have in the collections. We focus on enabling people to come and meet the objects they have some sort of connection to. Then we have exhibition projects. For example, in the new main exhibition, there was over 300 Samis involved in the exhibition process. Then we make cooperation with the Sami Education Institute. The Duochi students can come and do a research on the objects and also do a traineeship in the museum. And then we focus on digital accessibility so we can reach Sami people outside the Sápmi area. And why is it so important to have these kind of sessions with the Sami communities from the museum's point of view? We have many type of challenges with this type of repatriated objects. These do not apply to each and every one of those objects, but in general, this is the situation. We do not have a lot of context information. Usually there is no family names, so we do not know who made the object, who donated or sold, or who was it taken away from. We usually only know the area the object is collected from, and of course the collector, because that was thought of as important information. There's mistakes in the names, materials, and also in how the object was used. The condition of these repatriated objects is generally quite poor. There are pest damages. A lot of it have happened when they were, for example, in the storages of National Museum of Finland. There are light damages, mold, missing pieces, whole objects missing. There are holes in the object from exhibiting the object in a certain way. For example, for some reason they like to drill a whole object to a wall. We have no or very little information about past conservation treatments. I actually did a research in the archives of National Museum of Finland, but it was very, very unsuccessful. And then we have, of course, problem with the pesticides. So these, of course, cause problems when we want to bring the Sami communities and these objects together. So when the condition is fragile, handling of the object is obviously a risk. Transportation is a risk. When we travel around the Sapmi with the object, it needs to be very carefully packed because the distances are long and the roads are in very bad shape. And then there's health risks with pesticides and mold. We do not have enough information of what pesticides were used, but in Finland they had this project, Perceived and Measured Hazards in Finnish Museum Work Environments, where they took samples from different museum storages and from objects, and the result of that project was that the repatriated objects in Finland should be relatively safe. We don't quite know what that means, but that was the end result. So, because of this, we have some precautions with these objects when we present them and take them with us. We always provide information about the health risks, about the pesticides, and overall the condition of the objects. For example, if it's really fragile, if there's like loose parts or something like that to be taken into consideration when handling the object. And then we offer appropriate safety gear. I don't know, you probably cannot see it properly, but we have fume hoods to work under. And when we're traveling around Sapmi, we try to make sure that the place we're handling the object is well ventilated. And we also have this movable fume hood we can take with us. We offer a mouth mask and nitrile gloves and Tyvek clothing if needed. And to really sum this all up, I want to highlight the fact that the repatriation is only just the beginning. the work with repatriated objects in this scale has only just begun. It's really a learning process for the museum. It's a learning process for me as a conservator. And really in Siitä, we are now just focusing on bringing the Sami communities and the objects together and trying to gather the right context information. Thank you. Kiitos.
Thank you so much. I'll open to the floor for questions, and also if anyone's online with any questions. Juanita?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I really enjoyed seeing some of the examples of repatriation. It sounds like you've got a very large number that have come home to Sapmi, which is very exciting. You know, we have those challenges also in Australia. But I'd be very curious, you talked about a long-term loan that you have, 20 years. And I'm curious to hear from your perspective what that institution's appetite is for repatriating as a substitute for such a prolonged loan, or if there is interest in changing that loan agreement to be not so much a loan, but you know, maybe an agreement under a different name is something that we're hoping to implement in Australia, maybe a homecoming agreement or a returning agreement, so that it decenters that institution that has legal ownership over that material.
That's an excellent question. I feel like the overall environment towards repatriation in Europe it's changing, but it's not changing really fast. And we just made a new loan agreement on the drum, so that's the situation right now. But overall in Europe, there's thousands in the world in general, there's thousands of Sami objects that needs to be repatriated. And I think in Berlin, in the Museum of European Culture, they have this provenience research project that also involves Dojars. And of course, they haven't publicly said that it will lead to a repatriation, or we don't know if that's the case, but there is hope. And there's hope because that project was initiated by the museum itself.
Any other questions? Oh, perfect.
Hello, thank you very much for your talk. I'm a textile conservator at the National Museum here, so it was especially exciting for me to see your work. I was just thinking about the issue of pesticides and how it's something we've been exploring as well recently, and repatriation. It can be another level of trauma to return things to a community potentially covered in poisons, you know? So I think it's a really important question for us in conservation to address. Something we've done recently is to do a spot check in our textile collection to check using XRF for mercury and lead, and poisonous heavy metals. And I was just wondering if you've had the opportunity to do that.
Well, that's the case for being mid-sized museum with not a lot of resources, so we unfortunately do not have the resources to do that. And I would love for us to have XRF. It would be great, but just there's not enough money. That's the hard reality for us.
Yeah. No, I understand. I hope you get the opportunity perhaps to collaborate with an institution in the future then. Thank you.
Thank you for such an inspiring talk. I mean, I feel quite close to the finish line because I've lived there as well as Norway. But I was just wondering how, if you could talk a little bit more perhaps about how you reassert objects in the local community. I mean, you mentioned you travel out with them, but what is it that you're hoping from that collaboration? What is it that you want to see happen? Because you mentioned the project in Berlin, which has a lot to do with extracting knowledge from the Sami practitioners on objects, right? Which, you know, Sida being a Sami museum, that dynamic is completely different. And so I was just curious if you could tell more about that project or that intent. Thank you.
Yeah, great question. The focus is definitely bringing the objects for the Sami community to see. And for us as a museum, we hope that when we discuss this object, we can get some of the information, but we don't want to put that pressure into Sami people to be like, what's this? Tell me about this. We need information about this object. So we want to be really sensitive about it and make it a safe space for everyone.
Thank you so much. Oh, hold on. Gina, yes. Holly, I'm terrible. I'm so terrible. We're going to Gina. An online question. Do you want to go here first and then an online question? So sorry.
I just want to say that we are experiencing the pesticide issues in all the Sami museums that are working with repatriation issues. And there's a lot that we need to do, but I think it's one very important point to get out there. How many employees are conservators at Sida?
I'm the only one.
Yeah, and that is the issue with all the Sami museums, that we have two, one for painting and me as a director, not working as a conservator on a daily basis, but actually have to do that anyway because of the lack of people. And all the Sami museums that doesn't have any conservators at all, and that's also one very important issue that we're working with Dwayers and the material understanding that they have in that this repudiation and other issues that we are working with. But we really need more conservators.
Great point.
Here's a question from our audience, J. Felicia Saraskri. The question is there any information to be gained from the information on collector? For instance, if their practices are documented?
Well, the information that the collectors have collected when they collected the objects, it varies quite a lot. And we have found out that the information they have collected is not always really that important. And also there is a lot of mistakes in that information.
Kiitos, tack. Two things. I was thinking, I am an artist and I work quite a lot with archives and also sometimes looking at archaeological objects. And just mentioning that this same problem is there. I was looking at a little piece of hur har du utstyrt i kjørevær på engelsk? Yeah, okay, so you have tools that you would use to dress the reindeer for driving a reindeer. So this is an archaeological find that's found in Jeregenjaraga, which is where the airport in Buvda is. And I was looking at it with the Sami archaeologist because it's also very directly linked to the stories of that land. And when we looked at what it described, it was, you know, very like, this could possibly be something, but if you then took it to the Sami community and had a conversation about it, you would get information. So I guess this problem is also the whole collection systems of the Western world, every things that are collected, whether it's music or, you know, traditional songs. It's like overwhelming. And then also, I know that there are specific names for repatriation in different languages, and I was thinking, can we avoid using patriation, because that's a very patriarchal word. So yeah, rematriation or even other words, because that is upholding patriarchal structures, and I think we really need to also deconstruct language.
That's really a
depending on, or we have many words. We need many words.
Yeah, that's really a great point, and I heard Lisa Rauna to mention the word rematriation. For me, I like that word much better, and sometimes we talk about just returning. I feel like that's a better and more neutral word for repatriation, but for some reason in museum context, the word repatriation is most commonly used.
Apparently we're at 0 minutes, but I don't want to stop the conversation. Oh, timer? Okay. Remember, we'll have a panel discussion, and then we have a whole sort of 30-minute session after that to kind of debrief. Thank you so much. So next I'm going to introduce Marite Darling. We were just chatting at lunch, and with permission, I was allowed to say darlin in the very ochre Australian accent, which darlin in Australia is a very, very working class term for loved one or sweetie. And it's often said like, darling, get me a cup of tea. Like, and Marite liked it and asked me to actually to share. So come on up, darling. While I introduce you, Marite is an interdisciplinary artist who lives and works in Norway and Mexico. She's interested in human behaviours, emotions, rituals and encounters. Her work spans between devised theatre, video performance, performance art and text. Her art comes off as playful, non-linear and sometimes absurd. Marite studies include a BA in devised theatre with digital arts at Darlington College of Art in England and a 2-year acting course at Nordic Black Express in Oslo. Marite is currently an associated artist at Black Box Theatre and a recipient of a 3-long work grant for artists by the Arts Council of Norway. And in 2020, her theatre performance, I Want to Be Traditional, was nominated for the Norwegian's Critic Prize. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Hello, we're just gonna get a video here at the background. Okay, till that happens, I'm gonna read a text for you today, but I wanted to say a little bit about how it's part of a broader project that I had over many years, and that maybe it's kind of a lifelong project called I Want to Be Traditional. So it's gone through many phases, performance, reading, videos, a whole like more theater performance too. But I wanted to say today a bit about how the project started that I don't think I've shared before in this way, because in around 2015, Anne Beate, that is standing here at the back, asked me to help doing some research for an application. I think it was for Future Farmers, I don't remember. But then I started reading about intangible cultural heritage. I hadn't even heard the word before. I don't know if I should say that in this room. So I was like researching, oh, what is this, you know? And then I started reading like the kind of categories of the UNESCO. You say UNESCO in English, yeah? Of how to classify. They don't use the word tradition, but I see it. How do you classify a tradition? No. What are the criteria to be intangible cultural heritage, kind of to get into these categories? And one is that, I'll just have this video, and it's a video performance that is also connected to this project. So I made various, but I like going back to this one. So it's just going to be here. But how something has to have passed through, I think, at least 2 generations. I mean, all of you know the facts better than me. But for me, more than this fact is kind of what is sparked in me, and these questions around what are the things, what is the heritage that has passed through more than 2 generations to reach me. And they're not talking about me, but each of us, you know? And how both the importance of the classification, of the conserving something, but also the problematic implications in it. How, yeah, I won't say too much, but just about what do we heighten as a tradition? No, it often is talked as the positive things, but what about all our heritage that actually is not positive, is toxic, it's problematic? No, what do we do with that? We should also, it's kind of that we just hide behind there, that we don't talk about, you know? And then it's also the relation, I'm just gonna throw in some very disparate ideas now. That led me to this poem. So then it's also the relation to the land. At that point, I'm also brought up in Mexico, in Chiapas, and all this discussion around like who should have who should have the land, who's the lands, no? And then especially in a colonized country where the native communities have been taking away their land. So also this discussion of, or not discussion, but you know, like of who has been longest at this land. But then you have the question of what about the black communities, you know, where they haven't been there the longest, they haven't, where do we put the black bodies, no? So that's also another spark a question. So for me it was a big relief when I started reading a bit, I'm not an expert, but Lisanne from Martinique, and this idea of roots as floating roots and roots connected to the sea. So for me also this of thinking of roots as something that can also be water is something that sparked also this, like, for me it makes a lot of sense, because also traditions are connected to roots, are connected to belonging. If you think of it as water, it's in continuous movement and it's continuously going in all directions. No? And then, and there are a lot of us, either because of being, you know what they call the diasporas, or because of having little family for various reasons that maybe can't trace specifically back many generations, you know, or that people that are broken out of it, like what does that mean? And what is the longing to be part, what is the longing in me, in maybe some of you, of being part of something bigger than yourself? Because I think when you have a tradition, it's a way kind of to be part of something bigger. What when you don't have, when you can't grasp that, you know? So I won't say more than that. Before I'll read this poem, I want to be tradicional. I want to be tradicional like a flower. I want to be tradicional like the wind. I want to be tradicional like a table. I want to be tradicional like a home. I want to be tradicional like the sky or Skype. I want to be tradicional like the birds that migrate every autumn to the south because they know it's right from within. I want to be tradicional like a granny with a wrinkle on her elbow, like the wrinkle on my elbow, like the wrinkle on my future child's elbow. I want to be tradicional so that you can stop and look and smile and take a step back and take out your camera from your pocket and look at me through that little hole and make a sound click and leave and tell the world that you saw someone really traditional, like really, 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 really traditional, like representing people, like people that are from a place, that dress like me, that talk like me, that smell like me, and you can make the hashtag so a trad. I want to be traditional to breathe in my past. I want to be traditional to exhale my future. I want to be traditional to forget that many are gone, to stop feeling lonely. I want to be traditional so the dead can live through me. I want to be traditional to forget they are all gone, to stop being lonely. I want to be traditional to fit in, to belong to I want to be traditional to be stopped on the street. So my partner is stopped on the street. So my child is stopped on the street. I want to be a traditional family. I want to be typical so that my husband is typical and my son is typical from a typical place, typically typical. I want to be traditional. I want to be traditional like the cows. I want to be traditional like a forest. I want to be traditional like a huipil. I want to be traditional like the fog at 6 a.m. Me, the mysterious. Me, chamana de los altos. I want to be traditional so that I don't know where me starts and where us ends. I want to be traditional to be artesanal. I want to be traditional to come from a place. I want to be traditional so that my muertos will be alive, to know where they are, to drag them forwards or to let them pull me backwards. I want to be traditional to have roots. I want to be traditional to give roots. Quiero ser típica para que mi esposo sea típico y mi hijo sea típico de un lugar típicamente típico, de un lugar típico donde seamos típicos y típicamente tipiquemos y así seamos típicos para que mi esposo sea típico y mi hijo sea típico y yo sea típica de una familia bien típica, típicamente típica para que nunca nos dejen en paz. So you never leave us alone. I want to be traditional so you can know where you come from. I want to be traditional like the fish. I want to be traditional like a bunad. I want to be traditional like the grass, like a tequila, like a dance. I want to be traditional like a native. I want to be traditional like a tribe. I want to be traditional like a model, like a top model, like your role model. I want to be traditional to be the people that are people like me, to say I am people like me. I want to be traditional, so my words are the words of those with my color, my gender, my roots, my beliefs, my shapes, my blood, my nails, my excrement, my eyes, my bed, my sea, my car, my phone, my wireless network, my cat. I want to be traditional to be a whole nation, to be the world. Tell me who I am. Define me. Make me fit into a box that you can put under your Christmas tree or in a frame that you can hang on your living room or bathroom wall. Ask me where I am from without giving me time to answer. Tell me who I am. Tell me I'm not like you, that I am like them. Let me be a good story to be shared among some beers or online. I want to be traditional to satisfy your prejudice, so you will be happy about me, understand me, label me. I want to be traditional like the meal on your table, so you can eat me for dinner with a bulimic reaction that will later throw me up. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. So I think for once we're 2 minutes early. I'll never ask to be moderator again, will I? So next we have a virtual presentation. And think we're ready to go. Sorry, I just had a moment. So I'm going to introduce Gunter Guntorm, works as a professor. Oh, help me, Anna May. Oh dear, I'm not going to do very well on this one. I do apologise. Gunter, please introduce yourself. I'm so sorry. I have tried, I promise. I've got notes.
Okay. Hello, Boris. My name is Gunvor Guttorm. Do you hear me? My name is Gunvor Guttorm, or Jofshanne Inka Gunvor, and I work as a professor at Sami University of Applied Sciences, or Sami Allaskola. Thank you for inviting me. I haven't been able to follow the whole seminar because of different reasons, but so it may happen that I shoot over the goal when talking today, but I'm also a very bad football player. So now I will try to share my screen. Are you able to see this now?
We can see, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So my topic on my presentation is Tudjon and the meaning of vaimoskoulu. And I will talk about what kind of relationships are people composing to lands, harvested materials, animals, and to others in the making of Dutji. And I am inspired by the article written in Servedaima that you can see here. We were three, me, Inka Elise Pove Idvuoma, and Samuel Valkjabö, who wrote about the Tudjon J. Aikimelde. Since I will talk a lot about the action, Sami language in itself contains verbs. For example, tiuna-nit, kutniahtit, and also tarkut. Tiuna-nit means to use fully, kutniahtit to honor, and tarkut means that you watch very closely to everything, or to whatever it is. You can say, I'm not going to talk about Dutji items have been developed through need, Eva Joks said. I'm not going to talk so much about Dutji in itself. I know that that has already been a topic during today and perhaps also yesterday. But Dutji today cannot be understood as a concept for Sami self-understanding. That has Sika-Maria Magga stated. But it has also, as a Sami, it can also be meant as a Sami activity, and then it's much wider. So I hope that you already have been discussing this these days. Tudjon activity. Tudjon is the action, accurate doing, making or activity. Johan Turi, who was the first author in Sami, Northern Sami language, said, "Muhtuma mähtikal viisot, mutta muhtuma hei mähte ei maidie tudjot tietoin." Someone can all, and someone can't anything to make tutji, the men. And then he continues to say that it is okay if men doesn't know can so much of tudjo, because they can always get help. But if women doesn't tudjo, it is a disaster, because they have to keep the home ready for everything. And that was in 1910 when he wrote this, and he was, of course, also a man who wrote it. But so Tudjon as concept has always been very important in the Sami society. I mentioned the Kutnijahtit. Kutnijahtit means to honor. And in this presentation, I want to Kutnijahtit one of my great teachers, or two of my great teachers, Nils and Pirahanne Turi. They opened up my eyes for Gietka. I will tell a little bit more about the Gietka later on. And they were a couple and worked together. I joined by looking closely, step by step, walk by walk, while Nils were walking in the Mehtsi, and while Pirahanne was working with the skin and putting the skin on the bottom of Gietka. So what they learned me was to be aware of the environment and what you can find there. But they also learned me to tarkut, which I also mentioned earlier. It means that you look very closely, you use your eyes and can understand what you see. And then after I had observed them and walked with them, then they asked me to go on with doing this by myself. And all the time, the eyes, the body, fingers, legs, everything of the body was part of it. So today I will take Gietka as an example, and I apologize for those who come from my own university that I again talks about Gietka, but Gietka has followed me the last 40 years, so I always come back to this because I feel Gietka is a very good and very interesting example of how you tudjot. So Gietka is designed to be a home or a room for a child in different places. You move around. In earlier times, you moved around with the families, and the Gietka, you may say that it was the moving place or home for the child. And we can talk about Nuoramana Gietka. It means Gietka for the newborn baby, and the Chalakalamana Gietka, which means Gietka for a baby that has stabilized his or her neck and can easily follow what happens around. And its shape is developed to fit the child and mother, who is feeding the baby regardless the seasons, or weather conditions, migration, or other conditions. It is also developed to protect the baby. And to protect means more than just to be a protection for the baby as it for itself, but it is also a protection for something else. And we have different shapes and decorations of Gietka. I have taken some examples here. To the left is made of Solveig Labba, who lives in Soppar, which you also could say that is a Caruso model. You have that up. It is a Karasjok model where I come from, and I have made that one. And then we have a Lulesami model made of Berit Kristine Andersen Goksan. These two latest has been part of the Luleå Biennale, where we had a collaboration with Maori woman who worked with Wahakura, which is a sleeping vessel for Maori babies. We can have different languages to form and communicate cultural meanings. This can be by words, gestures, moves, objects that are part of the Duetji. And codes are cultural agreements that will be understood in special occasions. So in case of the Gietka, pregnancy, birth and childcare had special codes and special rituals. So what if we talk about the code Gietka-Darfi? In previous time, we didn't have all these baby showers that you have today, but maybe you were very, you didn't talk about that you were pregnant. But if a woman became pregnant in the autumn and some other woman began to be aware that you are pregnant, also the actual woman began to collect Gietka-Darfit. And then everyone understood that she was pregnant. That could be a Gietka, code Gietka-Darfi. Darfi is the turf that you use in the bottom, used in the bottom of the Gietka. But you can also have a code Shiella. Shiella is a protection for a baby laying in the Gietka. In previous times, people believed that the Ultat, we could call the Ultat underground people, could change their children with the Ultat, and Shiella could avoid that happening. So, and still today, when making Gietka, people still use the Shiella as part of the Gietka. Maybe not the Darfi, Gietka-Darfi, as I mentioned previously. But what we could actually ask, what kind of Ultat do we have today? Since Shiella is still well known in childcare, but also otherwise. Why is it so important? You can think about that. So, meaning of making Gietka today, by continuing to talk about make Gietka today, we keep on remembering the cultural significances of Gietka, but we also add new meanings and stories. And that has been a starting point for me when using and making all over again Gietka. It is to to add some new stories about Gietka. Because we are not trying to get back the past, perhaps. So for me today, I think, and I also suppose that this means very much for people all over Sápmi. How can we get to know the environment through Tujon? It is all about body, I mean. How we are connected to environment while looking after the materials. Because when I talk about the Gietka, I'm also talking about the natural materials. We have also in the other materials, but in this case, I talk about the natural materials. So how do we embrace, connect the Mähtsi with our bodies? Mähtsi means where you have all the materials. We could translate it into forest, but Mähtsi means much more than just that, because Mähtsi can also be berry picking Mähtsi, all kind of Mähtsi where you find income. And different seasons give different ways of moving around in Mähtsi, and also when you are looking for the materials. As mentioned, the Gietka Darfi, it is too late in the winter season to take Gietka Darfi if your intention is to use that. Then you have to do it in the summer and autumn and spring season. So this Gietka was one part of the exhibit last week. Since my masters were from Karasjok and I am myself from Karasjok, I wanted to go and find my materials in Karasjok because I could walk the places, be there at places where I have been grown up and know where to look. I have to mention that FEFU has given me, not me, but another person, permission to log materials. I don't know if you have talked about it, but FEFU owns the land, is the owner of the land in Finnmark. And especially when you are taking pine wood, you have to ask for permission. But these days, Supreme Court will announce court ruling concerning who is owner of Karasjok municipality land. So maybe in the future, I don't need to, or those who are Tujumin doesn't need to ask for permission. So I went and when I took these materials, I remembered what I have been taught and how I have earlier or in previous times used the area and connect me to this area, which is my home place. Back to the Gietka Darfi. When we look after the Gietka Darfi, our fingertips are very activated. And Tujon in itself, it is a slow process. You have to kulahallat with the earth, with the materials. So when I try with my fingertips, I try this Gietka Darfi while they are still on the earth. I will feel that they are very soft. I also learn to look after places where these Gietka Darfi are. They are not everywhere, but you have to find special places. And you have to try to look also with your fingertips to feel how they feel when they are dried. Why? And that is how I learned, understood through my body why it was so important to use these kind of tarpit in the Gietka in previous times, because they are special, they are soft, and they are also antibacterial. So my name of my presentation was Vaimoskoulu. I'm soon ready. So Vaimos is, if you see the tree, Vaimos is the core part of the tree. Vaimoskoulu can be understood as the area where people move around to get a living and learn to get living, because you have to learn from the area. In Sápmi, we mean the Sami area where people had lived, but you may, if you live outside this area, still have a connection to it. And I'm sure that you have been talking about this, that you don't need to be there, even if you look at this as or a place as your Vaimoskoulu. The Vaimoskoulu teaches you. Vaimoskoulu, you get the experience and you learn from the land. The experiences from the area give us also the knowledge, because we are in the areas with our bodies and minds. To see the connection between bodily experience and remembering is part of Dujjon, and also a part of moving around in the Vaimoskoulu. So for the tree, it is important that it gives its nutrition so it can grow. As important is it for us to have a relationship to the land, and that we continue to learn from it, so it can grow and that we can grow. And by that, we remember, but we also give new meanings, and we can stay there. So you can actually say, we talk about land back, and we can also add, and back to the land. So as previously meant, the land, it can also be in distance, that you still feel connection to it. With our embodied knowledge, we develop the knowledge about Gietka still. So it also means that we walk the walk, and then we understand better how to, for instance, Gietka as a concept contains more than pure object. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that talk. Are you okay to stick around for a few minutes for questions?
Yes.
Perfect. Any questions? Oh, Rebecca?
Thank you so much. I've made so many notes, I don't know where to start. To ask, what a rich sharing. I'm going to pick two words that I've written down. First of all, I think the importance of protection. I found that really strong, what you shared, and that collective action of making Gietka, I've said that wrongly, but
no.
the community coming together to make that safe space for the child, but also a sense of seasons, and that there's a right time and a kind of secular process of that there's collecting at the right time and protections at the right time. And I just wondered if you could speak a little more about that protection, that cocooning, if you know what I mean, that kind of bundling up, but also that sharing of knowledge being a starting point. I loved the way you gave that as an invitation, as a starting point for reimagining and making new. It's not so much a question, just a reflection and response, and I'd just love to hear more on that, the sense of protection and seasons and a starting point.
The protection, when you talk about the protection, it can be also that you protect yourself by not doing something in the wrong period of time. You do, for example, for instance, you get the materials in the winter time, the tree materials in the winter time, because it's easier for you to do that. But it is also better for the muodva, for the material that because it's laying down, it's not growing at that time. But when it comes to protection, if that was your question, I'm not sure what you meant, but what I, since Shiella still is so important when it comes to, and also when people make Gietka, because people still make Gietka and use it for childcare. And what stuck me is that people always want to have Shiella. And when the Shiella in previous time, it was the underground. That because you didn't need to be afraid in the Mehtsi of other people or other animals or that like that. But today we have to be. There is so many other things that we have to be afraid of. Also in the Sami communities, and that is what I meant by why Shiella is so important for people. That you actually, when you put, since people still think that Shiella has a significance, when you put Shiella, perhaps your baby is safe, even if you travel around, you meet different kind of people and so on. Sometimes people say that they are more afraid of, they are not so afraid of walking in the Mehtsi, but they are more afraid of being together with people.
I have a question, what you were talking about, Tarkot. And can it be like this act of watching, of intensely observing, could that be part of a sort of negotiation, preluding, or perhaps an important aspect of seeking consent when gathering materials?
Yeah. Because Tarkut means really that as the previous questioner also talked about, it is to be so aware of where you are and when to see that the Mehtsi is ready for the changes and you are ready for taking this part or taking the materials.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
So Tarkku is really be very aware and that you actually use your all senses. It is not only your eyes, but all senses.
So let's round of applause. Thank you so much for your contributions. So that is the last presentation in the sort of formal, I suppose, symposium. After, we're going to take a little break and we're going to say goodbye to our virtual attendees, and then we're going to come back to a panel discussion and then a holding space discussion to close. So I really genuinely, on behalf of the organising committee and all the attendees, thank you so much to everybody who's joined us virtually and shown support and encouragement. Do hope that you've enjoyed everything. Just a reminder that if you would like to contribute to the holding space session, if you send an email via the registration email, we'll bring those words into the space. I think I can speak for everyone when I say this is definitely a beginning. And so, you know, I hope that we can, you know, use our various channels to see how this progresses and develops. So yes, we'll have a short break and then we'll come back into a panel session moderated by Anna May. Thank you.